Erik Menendez here as well. So I think they're in a very different position. But we have no objections to coming in and voting.
All right.
We do object because it's not been presented to our jury. We don't know at this point that we'd ever be in a position to have Menendez as a witness to explain it. So
Well, you would, except that you indicated that you would object to his testimony before your jury.
well, given certain anticipated rulings, I mean, the court could make rulings that would result in our calling Menendez in front of our jury. But we haven't litigated that all the way through, so we're operating under the assumption that we have been under some enhancement testimony, which is that under 352 in the Miranda lines, certain information has only been presented, separately to each jury, and we have been impeaching or counteracting or explaining that information separately, and we're pretty far down that road right now, but wherever that may wind up, at this point, we're still proceeding under the theory that things that the prosecution introduces by way of any kind of inappropriate or improper conduct in front of one defendant's jury is only being responded to in front of that defendant's jury. So we would object to this information coming in front of our jury because we don't know that we'll ever be in a position to rebut it.
All right, I don't quite agree with the characterization of how the trial has proceeded and the way in which evidence has been presented, isolating it in the way you have described it. I don't think it has been done that way, other than certain evidence introduced by the prosecution that was subject to objection by your client. But again, if and when Lyle Menendez testifies, as I indicated at the sidebar, if you have objections to his testimony, we'll deal with it. I don't know what specific rulings you were talking about that would precede that. You could certainly give me some notice of that
Yes.
before we litigate them.
Yes, no, I agree with the court. It's only in these specific areas that things are kept separated, 352-ish areas. But this is one of them, the fact that he may have engaged in some kind of improper behavior with Princeton.
All right, what is the people's position?
First of all, it's hard to imagine how, I think the jury understands there are two defendants here, and I think it's hard to imagine how Lyle Menendez's expulsion from Princeton for a year could impact upon Erik Menendez. First of all. Second of all, there's been a lot of evidence put in front of Erik Menendez's jury about the father's treatment of Lyle Menendez to show that he had bad conduct toward both sons, including Lyle Menendez. The fact that the father reacted in the way described by the witness counters the evidence that has been presented about the father's treatment of Lyle Menendez in front of Erik Menendez's jury. Lastly, the other point is that one of the reasons, the main reason I asked about this incident is because much was made by the defense of the mother's phone calls, the nightly phone calls. And I think it was clear from her testimony at the 402 that those phone calls began not when he started Princeton, but after he returned to Princeton after his year hiatus. And I think it's reasonable to assume that what had happened to him previously at Princeton was a concern to her, and that is a reasonable explanation as to the frequency of these phone calls, of which much was made by the defense. So that would be our offer of proof as to why it's relevant and why it should be in front of both juries.
Let me, if I could respond briefly, the reason for the phone calls, I don't think is relevant in any event. The fact of the phone calls and that she's so close theoretically to Mrs. Baralt, but never reveals things that are actually happening in the family was the point. I mean, that's one reason the phone calls were brought up, to show how secretive Mrs. Menendez was. Secondly, contrary to counsel's assertion, Mr. Menendez's reaction to Lyle's trouble at Princeton is not inconsistent with the theme that's been running throughout the case that was introduced, in fact, by the prosecution. We may recall that Dr. Oziel testified that both brothers told him that their father's reaction to the burglary was not punitive for the wrongness of the burglary, but merely ridiculing because they didn't do it right. And this Princeton episode is not dissimilar to that because there was no punishment of Lyle theoretically for cheating. There was simply mobilization, I think is what we can call what we would be able to prove about this, in order to get around the university's strictures. So that happens to be consistent with Jose Menendez's morality as it's unfolded in this trial.
All right,
If I
I've heard it.
add some facts.
yes, well, you have no objection to the evidence being introduced.
I don't, just to, so the record is clear, the telephone call, it was my impression those phone calls were through the entire period. It came out that it was just for the 1989 period, but it was every day. I asked Mrs. Baralt about what it was like before then. She said it was about every other day, and that is what she testified to. So I just thought I would put that into the equation.
Well, the people's position is well taken that throughout the presentation of evidence here, the defendant, Erik Menendez, has benefited from the evidence offered in relationship to how the father treated Lyle Menendez. And here was an example of the father's reaction to what could be characterized as a major event in the life of his older son, being expelled or suspended from the college that evidence has indicated all were striving for his admission to that school. That his reaction, the father's reaction to it, is certainly relevant evidence. It's up to the parties to put whatever gloss they want on it. The defense has their interpretation, the prosecution has their interpretation, but certainly we've heard, and I suppose, or anyone could catalog all the things that have been introduced, incidents that have been introduced in relationship to how Jose Menendez treated Lyle Menendez. And here is another example that is being offered, and the people's theory is that it shows that he treated his son in a more appropriate fashion than has been characterized by the defense evidence in other situations. So it's admissible evidence. It's admissible as to both defendants. As far as the allegation or the concern by Erik Menendez that he's being tainted by this egregious conduct of his brother by being suspended, I suppose we could look at some members of the United States Senate who found themselves in similar situations to what is being offered here. So I don't know how dramatic it is, and it certainly is not such a matter that would taint the defense of Erik Menendez by association. As far as the spending by Lyle Menendez, the court reporter did prepare a transcript of the questions being asked, or that were asked yesterday, and I've read it. And counsel have been provided a copy of it as well. There were questions asked before both juries by Ms. Lansing relating to spending of Lyle Menendez before and after the killing of the parents. And she was asked to characterize the spending both before and after, and she did. It seems to be an appropriate area of inquiry before both juries. I don't see how at this point, since the issue was raised before both juries by the direct examination of one defendant, and there was no objection by the other defendant, that at this point the prosecution should be foreclosed from questioning the witness about the specifics of her knowledge.
Your Honor, I just like to leave that on the record. I did not know Ms. Lansing was going to ask those questions. The court made me call. I did move up and approach her at the podium and asked her to stop.
I recall you going up and speaking to her. I couldn't tell you what time it was. I don't know.
I want to be honest, as the court knows, Ms. Davidson was out of town for a number of days because of the family situation. And I prepared this witness. Normally we get together and go over all of the areas. We did not do this in this case. It was my thinking that as the record reflects, the one question I asked her about afterwards is, after Kitty and Jose died, Lyle spent a lot of money. Is that correct? Yes. Then I said, did Lyle spend a lot of money before they died? Yes. And then we focused totally on the area of the spending by Lyle before the parents died. So there was absolutely no questioning with regard to after the parent's death. Now, because Ms. Abramson and I did not have a chance to go through all of the questions, this is a mistake that I made, not necessarily for us, it's evident certainly before our jury, and we'll certainly live with that. But it is certainly something she did not know was coming, and I don't think it's fair to punish her for, I would say, I did not, when I asked that question, did not think of the implications for the client. And it seems to me that it's merely a foundational question just to get into spending the money on. All of the questions that follow talk about before the parents died. There's absolutely nothing about specifics after the parents died. I think that, having opened to that area with regard to Lyle, it may be that Lyle's jury can now give that information.
Well, they already have, so you know they have, so you're not conceding anything. The issue is why was there not an objection by the other defendant, whether notice or not? We know as trial lawyers that these things arise and objections are made as the answers or the questions are asked. And at this point, we're talking about not just the defendant, Erik Menendez, but we're talking about fairness to the prosecution as well, that unfair inference has been introduced here, that somehow his spending was pretty much the same before and after. He was a good old boy buying things for everybody beforehand, and his spending afterwards was basically the same. And we know it wasn't.
If I could be heard on that, as far as my jury is concerned, let's think about what it is they know and what they've heard. The prosecution elicited over objection from Mark Heffernan that both defendants spent before and after. And Mr. Kuriyama elicited over objection from Mark Heffernan that the spending was of a higher degree by both after. Now, that's all my jury has ever heard. Now, they haven't heard anything different yet. It isn't relevant to my jury what the specifics of Lyle's after spending was right now. They have no information about it. They've been told he spent before and after through Mark Heffernan. This is no different than that. I did not object yesterday because I had two things in mind. Number one, I don't like to object. I mean, I was caught by surprise.
Could you withdraw that and rephrase it?
I do not like to object to defense counsel's questioning. I do not want the juries to wrongly assume that there is a conflict, a serious conflict in the defenses. There's a conflict with respect to 352able evidence, but not in the defenses themselves. And I was caught by surprise, and I did understand and recall that Heffernan had been asked the same questions in front of my jury, and I thought that's as far as it goes. But to allow that question by Ms. Lansing to now open the door to things my jury has never heard, the Porsche, the restaurant, the clothes, all the rest of it, and which my jury knows nothing about the circumstances, and then to put me in a position where now I have to start calling witnesses that aren't even available to me to try to rebut the implications of Lyle's spending. I haven't even been present for some of the testimony. Neither has my client, neither has my co-counsel, for some of the testimony that was presented in front of Lyle Menendez's jury. So for that question, which when it was asked if Heffernan did not open the door to all of Lyle's spending, when it's asked here to suddenly open the door to it, I think is it's not fair, it's going too far, and it's my mistake and not my client's mistake, but he's the one on trial who will have to suffer for it. And I think it's stretching when it's been established. Now my jury now knows twice that Lyle spent a lot of money after. They have that information. The specifics, which I'm not in a position to adequately litigate because it's not an area where I have any actual information, I don't think is relevant.
Well, number one, the jury was told by this witness that the spending was a lot before and a lot after. And that's basically all it is, and that's not an accurate depiction. And that was presented by the defense, and that's not an accurate depiction of what had occurred. And I don't think the defense for Lyle Menendez would test that there was the same amount of spending before and after.
Well, they just use the term a lot instead of the witness.
That's incorrect. The characterization was that basically pretty much the same spending habits before and after, and that's not accurate, and that has given the jury a misimpression of what the evidence is. That's one point. The second point, and we aren't there yet, and that's something that we've already discussed briefly here this morning. If and when Lyle Menendez testifies, and if he testifies before both juries, this evidence, by way of cross-examination to attack his credibility, could very well be before both juries, regardless of what happens right here.
Both my co-counsel and my client remember that there is additional testimony besides what we have here, that she made the comment that he spent a lot more afterwards than he did before. So I don't think we have all of the references here. I think that it was made quite clear by her that the spending afterwards was considerably more than the spending before. So I don't think that there's any picture before the jury that it was business as usual.
All right, what is the people's understanding of that?
My recollection is that's what she said at the 402 hearing. But my recollection is that
one of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
this is what the questions and answers that were asked of her on direct. Now, also, may I be heard on the substantive issue?
Yes.
The defense for Erik Menendez has not articulated what the prejudice is to their client. And I could also offer that there is some prejudice to the people in this regard, because the spending by Lyle Menendez far exceeds the spending by Erik Menendez, and in comparison, he looks like a piker. And so in some senses, this is hurtful in part to the people's case, but I don't think the jury should be left with the impression that Lyle Menendez always was a big spender, and that the Porsche was equivalent to the Alfa Romeo and the Rolex was equivalent to whatever watch he had before. So I think that we need to correct that misapprehension. And I agree that I think that during the cross-examination of the defendants or the experts, and we are going to be of the position that the defendants must and should testify in front of both juries, that certainly the spending evidence will be brought out. So first of all, I don't know what the actual prejudice is to Erik Menendez, and second of all, we should be allowed to correct the misapprehension, or the not misapprehension, but the mistaken impression left by the defense. So that's our position.
I can articulate very simply what the prejudice is. The people's theory is that the motive here was money. And I'm not going to characterize Lyle spending the way the court wants to, but it certainly is on a far greater scale than anything Erik even contemplated doing, let alone did. And in that sense, since, as I've indicated, the defense is joint, and the defense is that they reacted to a life-threatening situation, any evidence that is contradictory to that could spill over onto Erik, even though Erik himself spent relatively modestly given the amount of money at his disposal.
Well, as I say, we haven't gotten there yet, but the continued representation of a joint defense is one that invites testimony by the defendants before both juries if they choose to testify at all, and that this will come out during examination of Lyle Menendez before both juries as an issue of impeachment, if nothing else. Or let me back up and say it could come out. I don't know for a fact it will come out, depending on the nature of the examination. I agree, however, to some extent that the specifics might not be relevant at this point as far as the Erik Menendez jury is concerned. If there is some clarification by the witness in regards to the fact that Lyle Menendez spent substantially more, greatly more after the killing of the parents than he did before. If the defense for Lyle Menendez disputes that or doesn't wish this witness to characterize it in that fashion, then I think the people have a right to clarify it before both juries.
We think that she already has, and maybe it was in the 402. Everybody seems to remember saying whether it's the 402 or her testimony before the jury. I don't know, but I think it's perfectly fair to ask if he spent a lot more afterwards than before. And in terms of Lyle Menendez's jury, they've already heard numerous times from
Uh,
numerous witnesses,
yeah.
the specifics of the spending.
Well, as far as the cross-examination of a witness and the impeachment of the witness and things of that nature, the prosecution certainly has a right to go into more than just asking a generalized question. But as to whether it should be done before both juries at this point is a separate issue. And what I'll do is permit the examination of the witness by the prosecution regarding characterization of the spending in general before and after, and then if, depending on the witness's responses, if there's some ambiguity in it or less than an accurate depiction, as has been presented here, of what occurred before and afterwards, then the prosecution would be permitted to go into the specifics before both juries if the witness gives a fairly reasonable appraisal of the nature of the spending before and after. Then if the prosecution wants to go into the specifics in cross-examination, that can be done before the Lyle Menendez jury only at this point.
Your Honor, then what I propose to do in front of both juries is ask her to, if she wants to recharacterize the spending and rate it, its relativity. And I'm also going to bring up the fact that when she.
I hope you do that in a different way than asking it quite that way.
I won't ask it that, I'm not going to ask it quite that way. And then I'm going to ask her if, in fact, she told the Beverly Hills Police in September that she, in fact, didn't approve of the way in which Lyle Menendez has been spending money since his parents' death.
I don't think that's relevant, Ron, whether she approved or disapproved.
Well, I think it goes to her state of mind and the other characterizations that she's given of the spending beforehand, and, which occurred during the direct examination. And she almost described it as in positive terms. She did. He was a generous kid. He was buying things for everybody, and it was sort of with approval that she characterized that spending habit before the killing. So I think it's proper for her to give a characterization as to how she reacted to it afterwards.
I want to maintain our record. We reject that on the basis that it shouldn't come from the history.
All right. Well, I disagree with that, and I would feel it be admissible as to both. All right. Anything else now before we proceed? Okay. Have counsel had any further opportunities to discuss the progress of the trial and the schedule and things of that nature, as far as when you expect the defense to complete its case?
We did talk a little bit about this last night.
I think that we will be finished by, with the defense case complete by the middle of October.
I have some problems with certain expert witness vacations, and so we've been reorganizing the order of witnesses in order to not lose those experts. So I think what's going to happen is at least the experts who have examined and evaluated Erik Menendez are going to go on very close to the end of the case, which would be the first week in October, my best guess. End of September, first week in October.
Well, that conflicts with Ms. Lansing, who said that the defense would end its case in mid-October.
Oh, there are some additional witnesses after those experts. There's another week or part of a week of witnesses.
All right, so
after
now
the evaluating experts.
now you're changing the prediction from what you gave me about a week ago. You thought you'd be finished by the end of September or the first week of October. Now we're in mid-October.
We lost 3 days, 3.5 days actually. That's part of the reason because of what happened. And but the number of witnesses hasn't changed. I mean, part of that is just recognition that we lost 3 days.
All right, and Mrs. Bezenich.
I think it's our position we still have 7 days of rebuttal, 7 more days.
All right, what I will ask then is that, and at this point I want it by the end of, by noon tomorrow, a list of all the defense witnesses and the order in which you expect them to be called, and also just a rough estimate as to the length of their testimony, so I have a better idea of what the rest of this trial looks like.
Your Honor, I have a request as well. If the defense knows that there's certain days that their experts have to testify or can't testify, we'd like to know, because we have experts who will be watching their testimony, and that way I can just plan in advance.
All right, well, obviously when the defense submits the list of witnesses and the order, and they can do that as well.
Could we request the prosecution that they give us the names of their experts since they never have?
If they testify, which I don't know at this point that they are going to, then we will certainly make that information available, and I will know that shortly. I'll know that by then.
We would ask you to state theoretically under 115, the prosecution is supposed to give us the double discovery before the defense commences its case. And,
Well, they said at this point, she doesn't know if these witnesses will testify.
well, even if there's a potential that they might testify, we turned over numerous witnesses that we have called just because we didn't want to be in a position where potential witnesses were not disclosed. And the prosecution has done the same thing. They turned over many more witnesses to testify. And particularly when it comes to expert witnesses, I don't see any problem with their, I'm saying what they lose because we're not going to interview them, just find out who they are so we can do the appropriate research on the credentials.
We did turn over the name of at least 2 experts who we ended up not calling because of scheduling problems. And we knew that there were potential problems. We put every witness on we would conceivably call.
Your Honor, the arrangements have not yet been finalized as to who's going to be doing this, and I will have that by Tuesday night.
Okay, well, I don't see any big problem if they don't have it yet to wait until early next week. All right, anything else now before the juries come in? Okay, let's,
Just so I'm clear, I can ask this witness about the fact that Lyle was asked to leave Princeton. I'm not going to get into the reasons why.
you can get into the reasons why. If,
Okay.
I don't see why
All right,
that's it's something that's going to come out eventually. All right, let's get the juries in, please. In the trial, we have both juries present as well as all the other participants in the trial. Good morning to all the jurors. Welcome back. And we're resuming the cross-examination of the witness who was on the witness stand. Would you state your name again for us, please?
Teresita Baralt.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may continue your cross-examination.
Mrs. Baralt,
Yes.
you remember yesterday you were asked questions on direct examination about Lyle Menendez's spending habits both before and after his parents' death. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you indicated that he always spent a lot of money both before and after.
Yes.
Did he spend more money afterwards than he had previously spent?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did you disapprove of the amount of money that he spent after his parents' death?
I was very worried. Okay. I was very worried, but I was worried about a lot of things about the children. They were in pain, which was normal.
Okay, but yesterday when you characterized the spending
Yes.
as being a lot before and a lot after, did you mean to imply that it was equivalent or it was the same?
Well, no, he had more after.
He had more money afterwards,
Yes.
and he spent a lot of money.
Yes.
Okay.
Lyle didn't have much regard for money. I mean, money didn't mean much to Lyle.
But he bought things after his parents' death. He bought things, correct?
Yes, and he bought before too.
But the things that he bought after his parents' deaths were of a greater, I mean, he bought a lot more expensive.
He had more money.
And he bought a lot of expensive things, didn't he?
Yes.
Things he couldn't have purchased before his parents'
I'm
death.
gonna object to this. And I thought that was been explored.
Overall,
And we're gonna object also for reasons previously stated.
overall.
He bought the kinds of things after his parents' death that he couldn't have purchased before.
Probably because he had more money.
After the deaths.
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to 1987 through 89, let me ask you this.
Okay.
When your brother and his family moved to California,
Yes.
how often did you see them per year?
Okay.
I'm going to object to the question today, Your Honor, since there's 4 members.
Sustain.
All right. How often did you see the family all together?
Okay, they moved in August, September. They came at least 3 times before Thanksgiving. They came in Thanksgiving, and they spent Christmas with us.
And that was in 1986.
And that was in 1986.
How about the year 1987?
Okay, my father died in 87, so they came for a long time there. At that time, Lyle was in Australia on a tennis tournament. Erik came with them,
So it was Erik Menendez, your brother, and your sister-in-law.
who came for the funeral, and they stayed like a week, 2 weeks. Okay, I saw them again. You're talking 87. Let me think. that was also a year of a lot of pain for me. So it's a little blurry on exact times.
Did you see them at Christmas of 87, if you recall?
I think we saw. I don't want to say yes if it's. I'm not sure. I'm not completely sure if Christmas of 80. I know I didn't see them on 88.
You did.
I don't think I saw them at Christmas per se of 87. I did see them in 86.
Did you see them at Christmas of 1988?
No.
All right.
No.
And so in the fall of 1987, Lyle Menendez had started at Princeton University. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you ever in his company when his father or mother came to visit?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated they came on several occasions while he was at Princeton. Is that correct?
Yes, they did. Jose had a lot of trips into New York, and he always made a point of coming to Princeton to see Lyle, even if it was only an overnight visit for whatever.
And on occasion, he brought his wife with him. Is that correct?
Kitty traveled with him very frequently.
And that's during this time period that we're talking about of 87 through 89?
Yes.
So in the fall of 1987, Lyle Menendez was a freshman at Princeton University, and then in the spring of 1988, he was asked to leave. Is that correct? For a year?
I think he was asked to leave, I believe, in January.
All right. I mischaracterized January, spring, but it was January of 88.
Yes.
And how did you know that he'd been asked to leave the
Yes.
university?
Yes.
Did he tell you?
Well, he told me, Jose told me. It was, like I told you yesterday, this happened in my house, so I was perfectly aware of what was going on.
Okay, so Lyle Menendez came to you one day in late 1987 and told you that he had some problems at school. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
1220.
All right, it's not received for the truth of the matter stated, just to reflect the state of mind of the individual making the statement.
What did Lyle Menendez tell you?
I don't think Lyle, okay, Lyle didn't think he had cheated. He had permission from the teacher's assistant to go and get the notes from his lab partner,
So was there
and he did.
Okay, so there was so did Lyle tell you that he had been accused of cheating?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And did you do something, either you or your husband do something the same day that Lyle gave you this information?
Yes, we told him, I said, Lyle, I think this is serious matter. He said, Terry, I didn't cheat. I said, well, they're accusing you. You have to take it seriously. And so he said, I think you should call your parents and inform them of this. He said, but I didn't cheat. I said, but you're accused of it. And that's when we picked up the phone. My husband talked to Jose. I said, I think Lyle has a problem. So talked about it and put Lyle on the phone, and he explained to his parents exactly what he had explained to me.
Shortly thereafter, did Mr. Menendez then come to the Princeton area?
Yes.
Within how many days of this phone call did he?
I don't remember exactly. I think that I think he came when there was supposed to be a hearing on in front of the Honor Code Society. I don't know. Princeton has their own little formal thing, and he came over for that, and he talked to the dean.
Now, when your brother came to see his son, did they ever have any meetings at your house before this academic committee met? In other words, did you ever see Jose Menendez with his son discussing this incident?
Yes, I did.
Was he angry with his son, or did he appear to be angry?
Jose wasn't angry. Jose blamed the university for it.
All right.
He
And
didn't think,
so he didn't express anger towards his son in any way for this incident?
No.
All right.
No, I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Subsequent to that, did Lyle Menendez stay out of Princeton University for a full year?
You have to. And yes.
And then in the I guess it's the spring or the winter term, in January or early February of 1989, did he return to the university?
He returned to Princeton, I think it was around the 1st of February of 89.
Now, I believe you indicated yesterday that Mrs. Menendez used to call you every night at about 7 o'clock during your dinner hour.
Dinner time for us, yes.
Was that during his first semester at Princeton or his second semester in 1989?
Not as much the first semester at Princeton, because on his first semester, he pretty much stayed in the dorm. On the spring of 89, he stayed at my house.
So you had more contact with him the second semester that he was at Princeton versus the first, is that correct?
Well, physically, he was more there. He was there during the night, but when the first semester, he was there during the day.
All right, so your waking hours were about the same?
I was the same.
Okay.
Yes.
But after Lyle Menendez returned to Princeton University, it was at that time that that his mother would call every single night.
Yes.
Okay. And when he was a freshman, his first semester freshman year in 1987, she called you, didn't she?
2 or 3 times a week.
And so by the time of the spring of 89, it had increased to a daily phone call.
Yes.
I believe you indicated that Mrs. Menendez wanted you to have a key to the condominium in which Lyle Menendez was going to live during his next semester at Princeton.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you indicated that the purpose for you having the key was to determine whether or not Lyle Menendez was living with his girlfriend at that,
Was to check on him.
to check on him. But what were you supposed to check? Were you supposed to check to see?
That specifically, Jamie was not living there.
Okay. And at the time, he was approximately 21 years old. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was 21.
And his parents didn't want him living with his girlfriend in the condominium. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to some of the testimony yesterday about some of the earlier childhood experiences. I
Okay.
believe you indicated at one point that you attended a theme park with Mrs. Menendez.
Great adventure.
It was called Great Adventures.
Mhm.
And that there was an attraction that Erik Menendez did not want to participate in.
Yes.
Remember that? Now, could you describe? I've forgotten what it was.
Okay, it's like a big tent. And when you walk in, you fall. I mean, there is no balance because you're walking on kind of tubes with air.
So it's inflated.
You got it.
And Erik Menendez wouldn't go inside of that. Is that correct?
No. Erik was not a daring child by nature.
Okay, now, I believe you've indicated that his mother was, I guess ridicule is probably the right word. Or she certainly made it known to him that she was not
Kitty
happy.
was very annoyed.
Okay. Did she ever pick him up and throw him in?
No.
Okay, so to express her displeasure, she verbally told him,
Yes.
but he didn't go in,
Objection recommended.
Overall.
right?
He didn't go in, he just cried.
I think you indicated he stood his ground. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, but by the time he left, he felt pretty bad about it. I mean, his opinion of himself was like,
Did Erik cry a lot as a child?
I don't think so.
You've indicated that during the period of time when you lived near the Menendez family, when your children were growing up, that you saw them principally on the weekends. Is that correct?
What are you talking, Princeton? Or
Yes.
Okay. During the Princeton years, mainly on the weekend. Their schedule didn't allow for any kind of anything except during the years that Erik was swimming. And then I saw him nightly because my youngest was a swimmer.
Did your so this was your youngest daughter who was also a swimmer?
Yes, and they're the same age.
All right. And did either of the defendants play with your children during any of these family gatherings?
Yes,
Were they close to their cousins?
they were very close.
Now, going back to 1989, I believe you
Okay.
indicated that in June of 1989, at the end of Lyle Menendez's freshman year,
Yes,
that someone came and helped him move out of his dorm room.
my mother and I.
And at the time that he moved out of his dorm room, was his brother Erik Menendez in the Princeton area?
Erik had come over for the weekend.
And did he travel by himself, or was he with one of his
No,
parents?
he traveled by himself.
Did you pick him up at the airport? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
So,
I may have, or Lyle may have. I don't really remember.
so Erik Menendez was present during this time period when you were helping Lyle Menendez move out of his dorm room. Is that correct?
Object, the question is vague and on a present way.
Sustained.
Was he present at the university when you were helping?
That morning? No.
All right. Did you ever see him present at the university during the course of that weekend?
Well, I wasn't at the university. I only went there to help pack, and that was only that morning.
And where did Erik Menendez stay when
My house.
Okay, thank you. I believe you indicated that Mrs. Menendez had some plans for early September
Yes.
of 1989.
Yes,
I'd like to go over those briefly.
sure.
I think you said that on September the 4th, she was going to go to Princeton.
No,
Okay,
I said the September the 4th was the date set for the closing of the condo.
okay, and
She was going to go on September the 9th to get Lyle set up and buy furniture for his condo. And she had to return because on the 24th, she had to go to UCLA for Erik.
was it your understanding that Erik Menendez was going to live on the campus at UCLA
That was my understanding.
or live away from home?
Yes,
And referring to this condominium, Princeton has housing for its students, doesn't it?
Princeton does have housing.
Are you aware, or do you know what the reason was that that Lyle Menendez was going to live in a condominium?
Yes. First of all, Lyle was normally Princeton students stay in campus. They have to on freshman year. And I think on sophomore year, some that do, the majority of them do, some leave. Lyle was by that time a couple of years older than the majority of the freshmen. Okay, and he didn't like living on a dorm. Well, most kids don't, but he was old enough and the university allowed him to live away.
Now, this condominium that he was going to live in, I think you said it was going to close. Does that mean his parents purchased it or was it rented?
No, his parents purchased it. I helped choose it. And it was exactly 2 miles from campus on the right side of Route 1. That means he didn't even have that traffic.
Okay, did he have an automobile in this winter spring semester of 1989?
Overall.
Did he have an automobile at the
Yes, he
university?
did.
And this condominium, could you describe it for me, please?
Sure. It's
In other words, how big was it? How many bedrooms? I think you said 2
it
bedrooms.
had 2 complete suites.
So that means the bathroom and the bedrooms were
It had
adjoining?
a living room, a dining room, corner fireplace, laundry room with washer and dryer, 2 huge bedrooms, 2 full baths.
Do you know how many square feet?
It's around 2,000. Between 18 and 2,000.
And that's where he was going to be living that
Yes.
semester? Then I believe you indicated that on September the 24th, Mrs. Menendez was going to have to be back in Los Angeles for the purpose of taking her younger son off to college.
Yes, Erik would be staying at UCLA, and that's where she was going, the
Okay,
24th.
do you know whether he was going to live in student housing there or was he going to have an apartment or do you know?
No. I think he was living student housing. That's my understanding.
When was the last time that you spoke to your brother before he died, if you recall?
Well, we were in constant communication because of the condo. I mean, he had called me and said, I want you to go and help Lyle look for a place to live, which I did. And then Lyle saw this condo and loved it. And then I called him. He said, I want Carlos to go see it to make sure that it was worth it. Let me put it this way, financially. And Carlos went over and we were in constant communication because we were the Princeton link with regards to the condo and the purchasing and all that.
But do you have any specific recollection as to the last conversation that you had with your brother before he died? In other words, do you know if it was within a week of his death or days or?
I talked to him after he came back from nationals. And I know that I had then left for Bermuda with my youngest child. And the day that I came back, I had a couple of messages from him because he had been in Princeton that day. He had stayed at my mother, and that was the Wednesday before he died. But I didn't get to talk to him.
All right. So when you returned,
So it was somewhere in early part of August that we talked to him last.
and you were aware that the Wednesday before he died, he had spent the
He
night
spent the night at my mother's, yes. Who lives like an hour away from us.
I believe you indicated during your direct examination that you saw a change between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez in the way that your brother treated his wife at some point. And what I wanted to ask you was, when was that you first noticed the change?
I noticed it At my father's funeral.
And that was in
In
February?
February of 87.
Did you see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez together again after your father's funeral?
Very often.
And did you see that same sort of behavior exhibited by your brother towards?
I saw that behavior until 89. I thought maybe I should move to California. It does help.
So,
Because-
it did mark a change in his behavior when
Yes.
when they came to California.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
I mean, there was a change in their behavior?
Yes.
Yes, very
You-
much so.
You made a noise and the court reporter couldn't take it down. That's why I asked you to
Oh,
repeat
okay.
it all. Okay. Did you ever see your brother be abusive towards either of his children? And I mean physically abusive.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for conclusion.
Overall. Do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question. I didn't.
You never saw it. After,
You mean physically?
yes, I mean physical.
Okay.
After your brother and your sister-in-law died, I believe you indicated, and I think I asked you as well, that the defendant stayed with you on occasion at your home in the Princeton area. Is that correct?
You mean Erik and Lyle?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think you indicated that Erik never stayed for more than 24 hours.
Erik only stayed a week when he got very sick with severe stomach pains. And go ahead.
Do you remember when the Detective Zoller and some other detectives came to see you in about September the 17th of 1989?
Yes, I do remember.
And at
Yes.
that time, both Erik Menendez and his brother Lyle Menendez were at your home.
We're at my house. Yes, so was my mother and half the world.
And had you talked to Erik Menendez about the events of the night of August the 20th as of that time?
I'm going to object to this as beyond the scope.
Overall. You can answer the question.
No, I did not.
All right. Did you talk to Lyle Menendez after his parents' death and before the police officers came to see you on September the 17th? Had you spoken to Lyle Menendez?
About what? About the death?
Yes.
No, I did not.
After his parents' death, did Lyle Menendez indicate to you that he thought he was being followed?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Respect to my client.
All right, is this being offered for the truth?
No, it's not.
All right, the objection is overruled. It will not be received for the truth of the statement, just the state of mind of the declarant. The
Yes.
All right. And
I object that that's not relevant with respect to my client.
Overall.
did Lyle Menendez hire bodyguards?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Mrs. Baralt,
Yes.
Mrs. Bazanich asked you a number of questions, and I'd like to follow up on some of them.
Okay.
She asked you if your brother had a good sense of humor. Remember that?
Yes, he did.
Did he tend to get sarcastic?
Yes, he did.
And was his humor sometimes at other people's expense? That is, they would be the source of the humor or the joke.
Sometimes.
Did you see him sometimes tell people false things? Like somebody's got false teeth, or somebody's not supposed to have coffee, or somebody has cancer, and then everybody in the
Yes.
party would treat that person in a strange way.
Yes.
So the humor was sometimes at other people's expense.
Yes.
And could he also use his humor or his sarcasm as a way of communicating displeasure, that he disagreed with people? Like in a discussion, would he get sarcastic if he had a different point of view than you did?
Sometimes, but he didn't have to resort to that. He would tell you straight out
In no uncertain terms.
in no uncertain terms.
And would he do that with his children as well? In terms of telling them pretty straight out what he thought, what he expected of them?
I think so. I think he was pretty clear.
You were asked whether he wanted the best for his son, and you said you can't make children want to succeed. What did you mean by that?
Well, he and many parents do in general, you want things for your children and you want them, and you've never stopped to really think, is that what they want for themselves? And Jose had a tremendous amount of inner drive. That's why he got where he was so fast. Nobody pushed him. He pushed himself. And he wanted his children to succeed. Most parents do, but he was relentless. I mean, it was going to be done, period. And I think he forgot to ask the children if that's what they wanted.
You were asked if there's a difference in the way girls are raised versus the way boys are raised, and we were talking particularly about protectiveness. Do you remember?
I remember. They had their own ideas of how the difference between raising a little girl and a little boy, which we didn't share.
Okay.
I think a baby is a baby, and there's no sex to it.
So an 18-month-old, be it girl or boy, crossing the street
yes.
is still in danger.
They didn't believe in cuddling, because you don't want to make this little boy a little girl. Do you know? Girls is okay, but in boys, you treat them, a little more businesslike. It's not the same cuddling, and we disagree basically on that.
Okay. Well, do you think there's a difference between a 3-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy in terms of being exposed to a dangerous dog?
No, neither an 8-year-old girl or an 8-year-old boy either.
Did you talk to Kitty and Jose about the fact that you thought that the children were exposed to danger? Or do you think that's the kind of thing you have a right to do?
Objection beyond the scope.
Can I have a question on that, please?
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Did you talk to Kitty and Jose about the fact that you thought that children were exposed to danger, or do you think that's the kind of thing you have a right to do?
Rephrase the question, please.
You talked about the difference in perspective that you have with regard to girls versus boys and exposing children to danger. Did you ever express your concerns in that area to Kitty and Jose?
I did, but remember, they thought.
All right, you've answered the question.
And did they seem to welcome your suggestions?
No.
Did they make it clear to you whether they wanted your input or not?
I don't think they came right out and said it. Remember, they thought I was overprotective.
Okay.
So it's obsolete what I think, Anything I think, it's just dismissed.
The family gatherings, I think you were asked
Yes.
about family gatherings. Did the kids like to go to family
They
gatherings?
loved them. I think they loved them more than any other kid in the room.
Did they get to play with other kids there?
They loved
Which kids we're talking about, hers or?
mine, Martha's,
Okay.
and
Did
and
Lyle-
Carlos Menendez's.
Did Lyle and Eric like going to the family gatherings?
They loved it.
And is it Lyle and Eric you were talking about who loved it more than the other kids?
Yes.
They seem to be really happy there playing with the other children.
They loved family. That's one of the comments that Lyle always made when he came to my house. I have a very happy family, and it's always full of young people. Don't ask me why. I haven't experienced the empty nest yet. But he loved coming over, and more so than any other child.
Did that cause problems with Kitty, the fact that he loved being at your house so much?
Objection Vegas to Thomas.
When he was a child, was there some resentment? Because he was so happy at your house?
Well, when he was a child, he wasn't brought us over as when he was able to drive and come over.
He wasn't what?
When he was a child, they didn't bring him as often as when he was able to drive. And then he was there all the time.
And, okay, so was there some resentment at that point, once he could come over on his own?
I think so. Yes.
You were asked by Mrs. Bazanich about the situation in which Lyle was accused of cheating at Princeton,
Yes.
and he was subsequently suspended for a year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your understanding is that it had something to do with him borrowing some lab notes and turning in work based on somebody else's lab notes. Is that
Yes.
generally correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, when Jose and Kitty were told about this, you said that Jose flew in. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was he there to reprimand Lyle, or was he there to make sure Lyle stayed in Princeton?
He was there to make sure Lyle stayed at Princeton. I think the main issue was forgotten, which was that there was cheating involved.
Your Honor, move to strike, I think that as being non-responsive, as being speculation.
Sustain the answer is stricken.
Did you sit in on conversations with your brother with regard to this issue? With regard to the Princeton?
I don't remember that. I remember him being there. I remember being talked about it, but I don't remember sitting with him.
Okay, but you remember hearing him talk about the situation, is that
Yes.
correct? Was
Yes.
his concern over the fact there had been cheating, or over the fact that his son was going to be thrown out of Princeton?
There's a cause for conclusion on part of the witness.
Sustain.
Based on what you heard, was the concern because his son had cheated, or was the concern because he was going to be thrown out of Princeton?
Because it was,
Objection.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
It's based on, I asked what she heard.
The way you phrased it.
Okay. Did you hear Jose Menendez say whether his concern was that Lyle had cheated, or his concern was that Lyle was going to be thrown out of Princeton?
I think the concern at that time was that he was going to be asked to leave the university.
Your Honor, I move to strike that as being conclusion on part of the witness.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did you know that throughout high school, Lyle and Erik, Lyle's parents had done homework for him?
Objection assumes fact, not evidence.
I'm asking if she knew, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you know that Lyle's father had in fact written a paper for Lyle while he was at Princeton?
Yes, the Federal Express paper came to my house.
Had you ever had any conversations with your brother or his wife with regard to the fact that they participated in helping Lyle cheat in school?
Yes, we discussed that.
Did you feel this was wrong behavior?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did they express they thought this was wrong behavior?
No, they didn't think there was anything wrong with that.
Were they very upset, Kitty and Jose, about the fact that Lyle was not going to be in Princeton for a period of time?
Kitty was angry.
Did Kitty in fact lie to people about it?
Yes, which placed me in a very difficult position.
So she didn't want anybody to know.
No.
I think you told us in some detail the number of times that you saw the family in 1986 after they moved, which was 3 times before Thanksgiving, and then Christmas.
Yes.
In 1987, your father died in February, I believe.
Yes.
So you saw them at the funeral. Did you see them again in 1987?
Yes, I did see them because at that time they were in the process of selling the Mountain Avenue home.
So they were back in New Jersey.
Yes,
Do you have any?
especially Jose.
Do you have any idea how many times in 1987 Jose was back in New Jersey and you saw him?
I don't remember. He was there often because there were negotiations going on.
Is often to you 5 times in the year, 10 times in the year,
Oh.
15 times?
Often to me means 2 times a month, approximately.
So 1987, Jose was in Princeton about twice a month. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. And was Kitty with him? Some of the time, all of the time, never?
some of the time.
Now, what about 1988?
I didn't see that much of them in 88.
And what does not that much mean? You only saw
That
them 4 or
means
5
that
times? Or-
I may have seen, I don't think I saw Kitty maybe 2 or 3 times in the year because at that time Lal was not in Princeton.
So they weren't back there as often?
They were not.
And were they calling as often when he wasn't back in Princeton?
No, I was not talking to her as often.
Now, the condominium that you're talking about, it was due to close in September.
Yes.
When was it initially purchased? When was the decision made to actually buy that condo?
I think we're talking July.
And were Kitty and Jose coming back and looking at the condo or just taking your word for it?
They were taking Jose was taking Carlos's financial word for it, and they were taking my personal opinion for it.
Okay.
Yes.
And did Lyle get to see the condo?
Lal shows the condo.
Okay. So he was back there looking at condos along with you?
Yes, he came over for a couple of weeks, and we looked at first apartments to rent in the Princeton area, inside, outside, everywhere. And then finally we saw this.
And you said it had 2 complete suites?
Yes.
Now, was one of them to be for Kitty and Jose when they came back to visit?
Well, one of them, they were going to furnish it, and he could use it. He could have friends over, but if they came into the Princeton area, they could stay there.
So if Kitty and Jose came to the Princeton area, they could stay in the condominium?
Yes.
And was Jose still making frequent trips to the Princeton area? Was he still there about twice a month?
Yes, for the night.
Okay. And when you were given or were asked to take the key so that you could check whether Jamie had moved in, was Lyle still going with Jamie at that time, or had they already split up?
They had, but he had come in July and had gone over, I think it was to Boston or somewhere with her. And they were worried that he would resume seeing Jamie.
Report to them on what Lyle's activities were?
More specifically, Kitty.
Okay.
Jose didn't ask that many questions. He just wanted to know how Lyle was doing.
But
Kitty wanted details.
Did this put you in an awkward position?
Very much so, because sometimes as an adult and as a parent, I felt I had the obligation to really inform them if I saw things that I didn't like he was skipping classes, he wasn't studying enough, partying too much, that sort of a thing. But it should have been done on an adult basis, on an information, something that they could act on it. What happened is whenever I did that.
Okay, let me ask you the next question.
Okay.
Did they seem to already know a lot of things that were going on? I think you were asked, the last question you were asked by Mrs. Bazanich was whether you saw any abuse. And your answer was, you asked her, you mean physical abuse?
Mm-hmm.
And you never witnessed any physical abuse. Is that correct?
I never did.
But since you seem to highlight physical abuse, did you observe any other behavior that you thought was abusive?
Well, children have very fragile minds. and you can inflict a lot of mental abuse on a child, which I think is more devastating.
If you move this right, I think it's more devastating than being a conclusion outside of this minute.
Sustain that portion of the answer is correct.
And is that the type of abuse you think you saw?
Yes.
I'm looking for that.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
Mrs. Baralt, you were asked by Mrs. Bozanich about Erik as a child, whether he cried a lot. And you had indicated you didn't think he particularly cried a lot. Is that correct?
Erik had a very sunny disposition.
Now, was there a particular activity of his mother's, a particular habit of hers, though, that upset Erik a lot, and where you did see him being upset a lot? For example, was she on time when taking him places?
Okay. Erik hated to be late. He was paranoid about being late because they were always late. I mean, that was a trademark of Kitty.
Or she was always late, and did he appear to dislike it because it embarrassed him?
Sustain.
What would you see her bringing him late to places?
To school, to swim practice, to soccer games. I remember one day I was supposed to drive, and I was driving Erik, and the whole trip was on Terry. If I'm going to be late, I won't go in on Terry. I'm not going to be embarrassed like that again on Terry. I said, Erik, you're going to be on time. I'm driving you. He said, on Terry, I'm warning you. If I'm late, I'm not going in. I mean, the whole trip, this is rare on a small child.
So he seemed very anxious about being late.
Very, very.
And yet you saw his mother making him late all the time.
Because Kitty was always late.
And did she try to make up for this by always driving too fast?
Pause for conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustain.
Did she always drive too fast?
Yes, regardless.
Now, during the time when Erik was swimming, you said your daughter, Anna Maria, who is his age, was also swimming.
Yes.
Was there anything about Erik physically and swimming that you noticed?
Well, normally children, when they learn to swim, it's because they can float.
Mhm.
Erik never had any fat. I mean, he never did. And so for Erik to learn to swim, especially backstroke or butterfly, was extremely, extremely difficult because he couldn't float. And
So
he
his
had,
body would sink.
yes, he would sink or swim the backstroke sitting down. And of course, that was not, these kids were going to stroke clinics, and it was like he couldn't learn. It was nothing, had nothing to do with that. Had to do with the fact that he couldn't float.
Did he appear to be physically comfortable with swimming, with being wet?
He hated it.
How could you tell?
Well, take a child when everybody's practicing, and he spent the whole time pretending to adjust the goggles, body half out, shivering, because there was no fat. He just...
So given his physical build, it was quite uncomfortable for him to participate in swimming.
Yes, he was good at it.
Pause for conclusion on the part of the
But-
witness.
Okay. But he did train and practice, and he won some, he would win.
He was
trophies.
good. He was good, especially freestyle and breaststroke, because it was a matter, and the speed events, never on the long distance, because on long distance you do require to float. The speed events, he was strong. He was great.
And he worked hard at it, didn't he?
I don't know if he worked at it. He was too cold to really work at it.
Now, you've described that you noticed a difference in the relationship between your brother and your sister-in-law after they had moved to California.
Yes, I did.
Did you know at that time that it was after they moved to California that Kitty discovered Jose's affair?
No.
Objection. Zeus has not known that.
Sustain.
Did you know that there had, at the time that you saw them, did either of them mention to you that there had been talk of divorce?
No.
Kitty never told you about the affair, is that right?
Never.
Now, you've described that in, was it September of 1989, Erik became ill. Somehow he had some stomach problem.
Erik had severe stomach pains.
Had he stopped eating?
I really don't remember if he did stop eating. He lost a lot of weight. They both did after Jose and Kitty's death. I mean, like, they shed like Lal close to 20 pounds in a week and a half.
And Erik seemed to have lost a lot of weight as well.
It's hard on Erik to see on Erik because he's always so thin. But yes, he didn't look in good shape. And he was with severe stomach pains. And then, of course, assumption on our parts, you know, they were in pain.
Okay, so you took him, you took Erik to the doctor.
Yes, I did.
And was this the same doctor who had been his pediatrician?
Throughout, since he was 6.
And that doctor did an examination of him, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the incident at the amusement park. Do you recall when Erik refused to go into this attraction? Do you recall his mother calling him a coward in front of you and in front of your girl, Anna Maria?
A coward, yes, that word was used. Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that you got to know Lyle best after the rest of the family moved to California and he started spending a lot of time alone with you at your house?
Yes, that's right.
Before the family moved to California, did you ever spend that kind of time alone with Erik?
No, I did not. He came over, but it was not the quality time.
And would it be fair to say that most of the time you saw Erik, until his parents died, he was with one or the other of them, or in a sporting activity?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cano turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cano? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cano, the brand I trust.
After your brother and sister-in-law died, did Erik appear uncomfortable to be at your house?
Yes, Erik appeared very uncomfortable to be near the family members.
And is this during the period when he never spent more than 24 hours in your house?
That is correct.
And did that include Christmas of '89?
He came, I believe, the 24th and left the 25th.
I have nothing further on it.
Any recross?
Mrs. Baralt,
Yes,
during the summer of '89, I believe you indicated you were in fairly regular telephone contact with your brother, Jose Menendez. Is that
yes,
correct?
yes, I was.
Did he ever express during that summer any displeasure with Lyle Menendez?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay and we reject on 352 grounds as well.
Overall.
I think he was upset. He mentioned just once that he was upset about Lyle having been placed in disciplinary probation.
And that was during the summer of 1989?
Yes.
I believe you indicated on redirect that you were talking about having to report to the Menendez parents about Lyle's behavior at Princeton University, and you made reference to partying too much or skipping classes. Did that kind of behavior occur?
He wasn't partying more so than any other kid. But sometimes I knew that he had skipped a class or things like that. And I was extremely uncomfortable. I felt, like I said, if somebody sees that on my child, I want to know because it's guidance, you know.
Did you in fact tell his parents when he skipped class or when you thought that he was not following the regulations as he should?
I did, and I got in trouble.
Right, and did you do that as in his second semester in 1989 as well?
In 89.
And that was when you were reporting more?
That's when a kitty was calling on a daily basis, trying to extract information.
Now, I believe that you indicated as well on redirect that your brother had drive and that he pushed himself, that he was relentless. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I did.
How old was your brother when he came to this country?
16.
And do you know where he lived when he got to this country?
Yes. He lived in Cunningham, Pennsylvania, which is a suburb of Hazleton, with Carlos's family.
Carlos being,
My husband.
so your parents weren't here at that time, is that correct?
My parents were not.
And did he have to complete high school at that time?
He finished his senior year in high school, graduated from Hazleton High School, and then came to live with us.
And then at some point he started college, is that correct?
Carlos's father was a university professor at Southern Illinois, and he arranged for a scholarship for Jose.
During the period of time that Jose Menendez was at college, did he also have to work to support himself?
Yes, all the time, always.
And I believe he was about 19 years old when he married Louise Menendez.
He had just turned 19.
And then he graduated from college, I believe you indicated in 64 or 65.
It's either 65 or 66. I don't really remember because this is not a graduation that we all attend. This is something that you do, you work, you get your degree, and not a big deal. Okay.
Now, skipping ahead to
Yes.
when Lyle was at Princeton University, was Lyle an athlete? In other words, did he participate in athletic events at the university, to your knowledge?
Lyle was a top tennis player.
And did he play tennis at Princeton University?
Yes, he did.
During the year of 1988, do you know where Lyle Menendez was living while he wasn't at Princeton University?
I believe we was in Alabama.
During the entire year of 1988?
Okay. Let me get this clear. 88, first semester, I believe he was in Alabama with Jamie.
During the entire year?
Don't pin me down to that one. I
You
don't
don't know the answer.
remember. I
Okay.
don't remember exactly.
Mrs. Baralt, you indicated that Erik used to come over to your house. Was that before the family moved to California in 1986? In the year before they moved, like between 85 and 86, would Erik Menendez come to your home?
Not as much.
By that time, he was 16 years old.
No, not really. In 86, Erik was 15. When they move at 15, and you don't drive there until 17, remember?
All right, so how far away from the home did you live?
I live 15, 20 minutes by car.
Okay. Now, you indicated that shortly after their parents' deaths that both of the defendants lost a substantial amount of weight. Is that correct?
Very much so.
And I believe you told the juries that they were in a lot of pain. Is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Did you ever consider that they might be worried about being caught?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Just briefly, if I may. Mrs. Baralt, you said that your brother had expressed some concerns about
Lyle and being on disciplinary probation.
Yes.
And was this an incident in which there was some damage done to a pool table at Princeton University? Is that the incident?
Yes. But do you know how the damage was done? By cleaning it. They put Clorox to remove the stains. And of course, the felt faded.
And as a result, Lyle was put on disciplinary probation.
Lyle was not there. Lyle was asleep. But he was the one who took the rap for it.
Thank you.
I just have
You were asked by Mrs. Bozanich to describe some aspects of your brother's life when he first came to this country at 16. Your brother had not been pushed or pressured in your home, had he?
Never.
In fact, he was totally indulged and spoiled as a child, was he not?
Yeah, you could say that.
And when he was going to high school, he wasn't being forced to practice tennis 6 hours a day.
No, well, he didn't play tennis. He was a swimmer.
Okay, he wasn't being forced to practice swimming
My
either.
parents weren't there. Whatever he did because it came from his inner drive. Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Down, excused.
Thank you, sir.
They should be subject to recall.
You're excused, but you can be called back on notice by the lawyers.
Okay.
Very good.
All right, so we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume at 10 minutes after the hour. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 10 minutes after 11. Yes.
Asked, which I believe to be true, I saw our notes, but nevertheless, we're still going to object to another relative. Mr. Cano was only aware of these incidents up to 1979. I believe after that point, he had limited contact with family, and I think these incidents all were supposed to have occurred prior to 79, which makes them remote, but we have had lots of other remote incidents. It just seems that this is more of the same kind of testimony that we've already had. And I think perhaps we might want to bring up the truth. Then I have a second thing I want to write out, which is an objection to tomorrow's witnesses, which I thought I voiced today in case the court says that they don't need to bring up tomorrow. So may I give the court a copy of the discovery we received yesterday as to the witnesses tomorrow?
Yes, but let's reserve hearing of that until after we resolve this matter.
That's fine. I just wanted to give the court these copies.
Right. All right, what is the defense offer of proof as to Mr. Cano, rather?
As I indicated at the sidebar, I met Mr. Cano last night for the first time and interviewed him, and there are a great number of areas. He had a lot of contact with the family, he has a lot of information, but there are specific areas that I would like to ask him because I do not think, in some cases, I don't think anybody else has testified to the specific incident. And so what I'd like to do is just list to the court the areas that we'd like to elicit from him. And this will be the last joint witness for today. After this, there are no more witnesses for Law Menendez today. He is prepared to testify that during the times he stayed in the house, all of which are 1979 and earlier, he is Marta Cano's ex-husband, just a point of reference. That Kitty did not care for the children. She didn't feed them. They had to get their own food. She wouldn't prepare them to go to school. They went to school looking messy and disheveled. He can talk about the fact that the name of the school and success in sports were the most important priorities in that family. He felt, as other witnesses have testified, that the kids were exposed to danger, that they were not protected. Said that he did tell Jose, he had a conversation with Jose with regard to the problems which he saw in that family, and was told by Jose, if you don't like the way I run my family, you can leave. And he did, in fact, leave the next day. And that was the last time he stayed in the Menendez home. He said that he knew that the children were taught to lie because he would be in their presence when Jose would tell a story and Lyle would be sitting next to him and would express surprise at the content of the story, which usually related to how well he did in tennis or how well he was doing in school or some other sport, which from Lyle's face, he believed that Jose's story was inaccurate. He had specific information with regard to Kitty's drinking. It appears that Mr. Cano and Kitty Menendez had a bond in that they were both sort of outsiders in the Menendez family, and both made it clear that they maybe weren't quite good enough. And so as a result of that bond, she was a little bit more relaxed about him and talked to him about her drinking, and he did observe her to be drinking substantial amounts of alcohol. He tells stories of going to the boys' tennis tournaments and observing Jose intentionally distract the opponents of the boys so that they would win. He talked about his reaction to the boys when they lost in terms of berating and humiliating them, and when they won, whatever they did wasn't good enough. He can testify to Jose's expressed opinion that winning was everything, and that was the message that was passed along to the boys. He talks, as some of the other witnesses have, about Jose's eyes and his voice and the power that he had over people in just talking to them, and describes a specific incident, unlike any other that's been described, in which he is talking to his son Lyle, who since 79 is the oldest, is the last time he sees the family. The oldest Lyle could have been was 11, and he thinks he was younger. He is talking to Lyle, leaning down, looking in his eyes, speaking in his in the tone of voice that he used, and as a result of this encounter, Lyle became incontinent on the spot. He talks about Jose grabbing Lyle by the arm, him holding the children between their knees in a manner that he thought was hurtful to them, shouting commands at Lyle like he was a dog, and hitting him in the chest. One instance where he grabs him by the arm, and this is in the Muncie house, and hits him in the chest quite hard, and the only noise he hears from Lyle is like the wind had been knocked out of him. And on no occasions would Lyle cry. He can testify to Kitty's rages, which he described as unpredictable, frightening. She would throw things such as dishes. She was incredibly strong. And he also adds something that no other witness has, which is that her language was extremely vulgar, and that she would just be totally out of control. He, as other people have already testified, heard Jose and Kitty call the boys names such as idiot and clumsy. He can testify that Kitty seemed fond of Erik and didn't seem to like Lyle, which no other people have testified to. Describes Jose's method of interaction with you to communicate his displeasure as first dominating and then ridiculing you. And he observed arguments between Kitty and Jose in which he said Kitty more than held her own. There are a great number of other areas he could testify to, but those were the particular ones that I wanted to ask him about.
And how about Erik Menendez, any offer of proof?
No, this, Ms. Lance is going to put on this witness, and unless she leaves something out, it was not my intention to sound.
All right, everything that has been recited by Ms. Lansing sounds like it's been gone into in depth by other witnesses. In addition to the fact that this is all pre-1979 information, it's just repetitive at this point.
I anticipated that might be the court's reaction. There are particular things which I have to go into, which I do not think we have.
I thought you were giving me the entirety of what this witness was going to say.
No, the entirety of what he could say is much larger. This is what I would like to elicit from him.
And in addition to that, you have something specific that you didn't tell me about?
No. Within this list, I think that there are specific things.
Such as?
Such as I think that the fact that he tried to intervene with Jose and was told to leave the home. When he talked to him about the way he cared for his children. I think the fact that he observes Jose telling false stories with his young son present. I think the details of Kitty's drinking, the story about Lyle becoming incontinent as a result of the way his father's talking to him, is unlike any other story. And in particular, the incident with Lyle being hit in the chest, because that ties into some other evidence we have of an injury that was sustained as a result of that. And so that particular, although I would like to bring in all the assaultive conduct, that particular one is of importance. Obviously, I would like to resolve it. I do not think anything about Kitty's language and his wages has been elicited before. So if I have to know if there's been, particularly I'd like the fact that he confronted Jose about the problem, was told to leave the house and did. The physical violence, the control with the eyes and voice and the incontinence.
That's all been gone into, the eyes, the voice, the hitting, that's all been gone into.
Well, nobody has talked about him being rendered incontinent as a result of that.
Well,
And I can indicate to the court that we have a medical doctor who can testify to an injury to the chest, which directly correlates to this incident.
You have a witness who will say that whatever blow was struck by Jose Menendez at some incident prior to 1979 was the cause of an injury that is currently diagnosed?
No, he's reviewed medical records, and there are some medical records to which this incident ties directly.
And what sort of information would this witness be describing that caused him to tell Jose Menendez he didn't approve of the way Jose Menendez ran his house? All these things that you related to me.
Well, that's the basis of him telling him, but I think that what the short version we could give to the jury is that he spent time in the house and that he, after observing the interaction, had concerns about what was going on in the house, and he expressed those to Jose, and he was told to leave the house, and he did.
Right?
And I don't think we need to go through the whole litany of everything that he observed.
That doesn't seem to prove anything. It was his personal opinion was different than that of Jose Menendez, and obviously, if he was living in the Jose Menendez house, the owner of the house had a right to say what he did. I don't see how it proves anything.
I think it proves a great deal when children see someone try to come to their defense and how that person is dealt with, someone who's critical of the parents' interaction, how that person is dealt with. I think that creates certain expectations in the children in terms of whether they're going to get help anywhere else, whether
And all of this-
is going to do any good.
And this incident happened in front of the defendants. Is that your
Yes, it's in the
representation?
Munson house.
No, that's not my question. It happened in front of the defendants. And this witness specifically told Jose Menendez of the things that he disapproved of and detailed them in this conversation. And there was a reaction by Jose Menendez to it.
He told, I don't know if he listed all the things he did wrong, he just told them that he didn't think that was any way to treat children and criticized him, and there was a discussion about it. He was told to leave, and he did.
All right, what is the people's position regarding these specific things?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that yesterday I raised an objection to the testimony of Mrs. Baralt, and I believe the defense at that time represented that this would be the last family witness, and evidently that wasn't correct. As to the specific instances, we have had similar types of instances testified to already by other witnesses. Case Rages, I believe Ellen Anderson talked.
No, we're not going into that. That's all
Where you
been
just talked
covered.
about the
Just those specific things that the hitting, this attempted intervention, and this alleged incontinence incident.
Well, it's our position that it's so cumulative because it just shows a pattern of behavior which has been well established by the defense witnesses. And to that extent, there can always be another incident. I'm sure that there are many other incidences that the defense could make reference to as well. And so the question is, how many of them are we going to go into? And I think that at this point, we've gone into quite enough. And I also believe that we are not through. I think that there are going to be other witnesses to talk about specific instances of abuse of various forms. And I don't think that this is the end of it.
And I respond briefly, Your Honor. The prosecution just cross-examined Mrs. Baralt on whether she ever observed physical abuse. And if this pattern was well established, then I don't understand why the prosecution keeps questioning the honesty or accuracy of our case by her method of cross-examination. So I think clearly with respect to physical abuse incidents, there has not been a great deal of testimony.
Oh, there has. That's
Well, if the people
not
want to
true.
stipulate that they physically abuse their children, then we don't have to put anybody else on, but they keep trying to minimize that evidence or trying to prove that other witnesses didn't see it. They're hardly conceding physical abuse in this case.
Well,
They're conceding emotional abuse. They claim these are concerned
the
parents.
people certainly have a right to cross-examine the witnesses, and my observations yesterday did not invite the defense to just call more and more witnesses on these issues of early childhood development. The fact that the prosecution attempts to impeach witnesses such as Mrs. Baralt, who claimed to know everyone so well in the family, yet did not see any of the physical abuse, relates to the intimacy with which she says she knew the family and things of that nature. And the people have a right to examine on that. I want right now the defense to tell me which other witnesses you have that are going to testify about any physical abuse, psychological abuse, anything in the childhood, early development of the defendants, any way, shape, or form. You did represent yesterday that Mrs. Baralt was the last such witness, and now you have produced another witness, and you're producing these witnesses at the late stages after the court indicated at the early stages of the defense case that the defense should exercise discretion as to which witnesses you elect to call, so that you wouldn't be in a position where you now find yourself of facing objections by the prosecution to cumulative evidence, and your argument, a responsive argument, that this witness has something no other witness has to offer, when at least theoretically you could have called this witness early on and covered this material earlier if it was so critical. And some of the latter witnesses who've testified about physical abuse would not necessarily have had to have been called. So which other witnesses are you calling?
We have two witnesses who are still protected. And the witness you can talk about. And those witnesses are from much later periods. And they have
When you say later periods, you're talking about when?
time. We're talking about within the last, I'd say 85 and later, and each has a couple of limited instances.
All right, those are the two witnesses whose statements have been provided to the prosecution. When you say protected, they just have not testified as yet.
All right, so
And those are the two who asked for some accommodation in regards to television.
Right.
Okay. And what else?
that's it. Well, and the experts, but no other recipient witnesses.
And you have your experts who will, as indicated in opening statements at least, refer to not just the testimony of witnesses, but to having interviewed witnesses themselves and reviewed all the police reports, reviewed the crime scene photographs, reviewed everything basically in the entire case. So why is this witness that you're now proposing to be called any different than all the other witness statements that these experts will have reviewed prior to their testimony?
One thing, we still have the issue that the people who have objected to the experts testifying during hearsay statements is a witnesses we did not call, for one thing. And for another thing, I think this witness has particularly dramatic observations. They are, if I'm limited to the three areas that the court is suggesting now, I think it's very brief. They're specific observations. They are not specific instances that have been told by any other witness. And so I do not think, as to these particular areas that the court's identified, that it is repetitive. I don't think it's cumulative. I don't think anybody else has testified to an encounter with Jose whereby they're told to leave the house, and they do. I don't think anybody else has testified to witnessing.
But he was living in the house with his wife and his family, or what?
Visiting.
And
They
he
were there
was
for a week or two.
told to leave after telling Mr. Menendez he didn't approve of the way he conducted himself. Well, it does not sound like, based upon that, that it would even be admissible. It's his opinion and things of that sort. And I don't, from the offer, it doesn't even sound like it would be admissible evidence.
But it's not his opinion. This is an argument in which he is talking to Mr. Menendez about how he's treating his children, trying to protect these children, trying to moderate the behavior they're being exposed to. And he's told in no uncertain terms that no one's going to interfere with his methods. And in fact, he has to leave the house, which is a pretty dramatic step to take. I mean, at the time, I think all of their children were born, so it was his wife and 5 children who had to move out of the house rather than, have his views given any further airing. So I think it really demonstrates the isolated quality of this house, the strength with which Mr. Menendez ran his family, the determination he had in terms of the correctness of his views, and the unwillingness he had to moderate them in the slightest, and the fact that he didn't care what anybody else thought. I think these are all very powerful messages to be communicated to children, since children don't understand whether what's happening in their world is really out of the ordinary or not, particularly children who don't get to spend a lot of time in other homes and don't have a real frame of reference. And so I think that what most of the experts will tell us about the situation of a child in a family like that is they tend to do two things. Now, number one, they normalize it. They assume that this is in fact, that everybody gets touched by a bicycle or by being pushed screaming down the street. And secondly, anytime that there's any punishment, they assume that there is something wrong with them, which leads into all of the other follow-up problems with the low self-esteem, the hypervigilance, the learned helplessness, all of that, which can go on for years and years and years. So I think that those are very critical events.
All right, let me ask Erik Menendez's counsel whether or not he or they intend to introduce any further evidence regarding abuse of any sort, physical abuse.
Physical abuse, no. Except for the witnesses for tomorrow morning, which is an incident that occurred in May of 1989 in public.
Other than that,
I'm looking over our witnesses. I have no other incidents of physical abuse, none.
no coaches, nobody testifying to any hitting, pushing, punching, physical abuse of any sort whatsoever.
I'm looking at who we have. We have one person having to do with the mother in swimming, nothing to do with Mr. Menendez. We have two teachers, which don't have anything to do with physical abuse. No, Your Honor, I don't have any physical. Am I forgetting something? We have no physical abuse. Except one.
All right, what I'll do is permit the witness to testify exclusively and limited to this one hitting incident, this confrontation, if the foundation can be laid as to what was presented to the witness and what was said, and if it was said in the presence of the defendants. And that would be it. Wasn't that part of the hitting, or is that something else?
One is incumbency as a result of him talking to the boy, and the hitting incident is second.
This is with, when was this? What age?
This is in the Muncie house, so we're between 72 and 77. Which for Lyle would be 72, we would have been 4, 77, he would have been 9.
All right, this is all that will be permitted, and it would have to be presented in a very short form so that we don't get into this long narration of events and description of relationships and everything else that has been presented by all these other witnesses.
I just want him to identify where he fits in the family.
All right, and it should be expedited so we don't get into a long recitation of things that have already been described by everyone else.
And can I, do you want me to ask a leading question with regard to the confrontation so that we don't have to set the stage?
Yes, but don't do it in such a way that it, all right.
And if I may have a moment to tell him not to discuss.
Right.
And as far as the incontinency incident, we would request that it not be a leading question.
All right.
We don't know what the cause and effect is.
Obviously.
Thank you.
All right, as you're speaking with a witness down the hall, so we'll get the other jurors, both jury panels in.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cano turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cano? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cano, the brand I trust.
The defense may call its next witness.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. All right, take a seat in the jury box, please.
Tell us your full name and spell your last name.
Yes, my name is Peter J. Cano, C-A-N-O, Cano.
Mr. Cano, are you the uncle of Lyle and Erik
Menendez?
Yes,
And were you married to Marta Cano?
yes,
And are you now divorced?
yes, we are.
And how long have you been divorced?
since 1979 or 1980
And where do you live now?
in Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico.
During the time that you were married to Marta, did you ever have occasion to stay at the Menendez home in Muncie, New York?
Yes, I did.
And this was the home of Kitty and Jose Menendez, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
And at the time you were staying there, were the boys small?
Yes, they were very small. We're going back to 1972 or 1973.
So in 1970, say if it's 1973 and Lyle was born in 68, he would have been about 5 years old,
Yes,
and Erik would have been about 2.5.
just about.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the interaction of Lyle and Erik and their parents?
Yes, I did.
And in particular, did you observe a situation in which Jose Menendez had a confrontation with his son Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And did this confrontation start out with, how did the situation start? Let's do it that way.
Yes, we were having a family gathering, and Lyle was very restless and hyperactive. He couldn't sit still, so he was kind of running. And Jose shouted at him, "Stop!" And apparently he didn't hear.
Okay, now when you say apparently he didn't hear, was that because he didn't stop?
He didn't stop.
Now, normally when Jose yelled stop, would he stop?
By all means, yes, he would.
So on this occasion, he didn't stop.
No, he didn't.
And what happened?
Well, Jose stood up, grabbed him, and just looked at him, and right in the eyes, and said something to him that I couldn't hear. And Lyle became incontinent at the time.
And what do you mean by he became incontinent?
Well, he wetted himself on the floor.
And how did he look when this happened?
He looked pale and trembling.
We have an identification of the date or time frame this happened.
I believe he said it was 1972 or 73.
Yes.
Okay.
And now all the family is around when this is happening?
Yes, we had a family gathering as we did every year, and that was near December, or in December rather, 1972, 1973.
And after that happened, you said Lyle looked pale. Did he look like, was he laughing? Did he look sad?
No, on the contrary, he looked very scared.
And what happened after that?
Well, after he became incontinent, his father took him to Lyle's room, and I followed him.
Now, was that down a hallway?
Yes, he was.
Why did you follow him?
Because,
Sustained.
Okay, you followed him.
yes, I did follow him
Where did they go?
to Lyle's room.
And did you go into the room?
Yes, I entered the room, and I kind of yelled at him.
Kind of
When I
yelled?
say him, at Jose's, because Jose was doing things that, according to myself, were way out of it. And Jose, in that instance,
Well,
hit Lyle
Okay. How did he hit Lyle?
with his closed fist,
Where did he hit him?
on his chest or belly.
Did he seem to hit him hard?
Yes, he did.
And Lyle would have been about 5 years old at this
Yes, yes.
point? And did Lyle cry out in any way?
I don't remember seeing him crying. He just, I don't know how, but he took it. And apparently he lost his hair or something, because he looked very pale, and that was it. I did kind of shouted at Jose.
Okay, now, did he hit him in the chest with his closed fist?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he seem to be hitting him hard, or was he just
Yes,
fooling
very
around?
hard.
Overall,
Did he hit him hard, or was he just fooling around?
No, very hard. In my estimation, very hard.
Is Jose a big man?
Big and strong.
And after you witnessed him hitting Lyle like this, did you say something to Jose?
I certainly did.
What did you say?
I cannot repeat the same things that I did say. I gave him a good piece of my mind, and I told him that was not the way to bring up a child. To which he responded that if I didn't like that, I could leave his house, that he could raise his children as he saw fit.
Did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
examination on behalf of Erik Menendez. Cross-examination.
Mr. Cano, did you ever go back to the Menendez house after this incident?
Not to that house. I did go to the next house they bought, just for a family gathering again, but without staying at the house.
So you were staying at the house during this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever see the family again at any family gatherings after this incident?
Yes, several times.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And let me see counsel here at the sidebar as far as your next witness. Is excuse the Erik Menendez jury until 1:30 and don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. And if you would return here at 1:30, we'll resume with you. And as far as the Lyle Menendez jury, I want you to remain just for a couple of minutes here, and then we'll deal with you. So if the Erik Menendez jury, you can go to lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. As far as the Lyle Menendez jury is concerned, there's one brief matter I want to discuss with the lawyers before excusing you. So just to keep you here and to expedite it when we want you back, as soon as the bailiff clears this jury room, make sure there's no one in there. We'll just ask you to go in there for a minute and wait in there, and then we'll have you come back. It's quicker than having you go next door. So as soon as he comes out and we know there's no other jurors in there, we'll send you in there. It won't be very long, just a couple minutes. All right, the jurors have left, and counsel provided the court with two witness statements of proposed witnesses the defense intends to call tomorrow. They both relate to the same incident, which occurred sometime in 1989. What is the people's objection to it?
That the fact that Mr. Menendez pinched one of his sons in public is one of his adult sons in public. It's not really relevant to the issue in this case.
Can't hardly
I'm sorry. That fact that Mr. Menendez pinched one of his adult sons in public in May of 1989 is really not relevant to any issue in this case and is fairly absurd. Yes, that is our position. That this specific incident is really not relevant.
It doesn't seem like the most compelling piece of evidence that has been uncovered in this case. What does the defense offer as to why you want to call two witnesses to testify to this incident?
Well, I'm not sure we're going to call both witnesses. We just get discovery of both of them in the case for some reason one or the other gets impeached from somewhere. But I think the point is that I'm sure the people are going to argue in this case that none of the rules of abused children defenses apply in this case because our clients were 18 and 21 years old at the time that they killed their parents. And what this episode demonstrates very graphically is that their parents are still treating them like children and are still being physically and psychologically abusive to them and are doing it and are so entrenched in their ways that they're doing it in public. And the children, however chronologically old they may be, are still reacting as they did when they were little, being embarrassed, being humiliated, being ashamed, and not fighting back, not rebelling, not standing up for themselves. So I think that this episode demonstrates something that we are going to be able to prove through our experts who relying on this episode and others to the effect that these defendants were not their chronological or biological age vis-a-vis their relationship with their parents, but were still the imprisoned children they had always been. And in fact, the people's emphasizing the constant contact and what we see as the constant intrusion of which Mrs. Baralt knew of these parents into the lives of their 21-year-old son also supports that theory. And as the court has pointed out at the sidebar, this is 10 minutes worth of testimony, but it proves a very important point. And these people aren't family members, they have no bias, they came to us totally unsolicited.
Yeah, I don't know how their experts could rely on these reports. The reports are from Tuesday, August 24th, but nonetheless.
Facts and sheets.
All right. Nonetheless, I think that this is still our position that this is just a ridiculous incident and that it's not really relevant to the issues in this case.
Well, is it the defense position that your experts rely on this incident?
Well, I think they consider it along with many, many others. I mean, the whole point about chronic abuse is that it goes on a lot. And the whole point about this case is that even in May or June of 1989, which is when these two witnesses date that episode, these parents are still treating these children like children and still being abusive to them and being abusive in front of other people. And I think it's a significant event. It's small and it may sound absurd, but it's fairly absurd that Jose Menendez would have done that to his child under the circumstances. It shows how peculiar he is. And that's one of our points.
How peculiar he was, I think you meant to say.
Oh, I think,
Right.
still here.
In regards to this testimony, the court would restrict it quite substantially to a description of the physical act and the immediate reaction to it without all this other information that is contained in this document, and would restrict it to the testimony of one witness. And I think counsel should exercise discretion as to which witness to call so that it does not.
Well, our preference would be to call Mr. Lowe, Your Honor.
All right, and that it would be a very limited, brief testimony.
Well, the only thing that, besides the actual act and the words that Mr. Menendez spoke, I think that we would like to elicit the non-intervention of Mom and the reaction of both Erik and Lyle, how they behaved afterwards.
Well, within the time frame and within the ability of the witness to express his observations, not his
Exactly.
conclusions or opinions based upon all sorts of other information that he might have gathered since the incident.
No, just based on his observations, Your Honor.
All right, that will be the limited extent of his testimony. All right,
I believe that means that we're bringing back the Lyle Menendez jury tomorrow for this one piece of evidence.
it doesn't hardly seem worthwhile that we do that. Yeah,
Could I suggest that perhaps we reschedule this witness, since it's going to be so brief, to sometime next week, so that
that would make more sense.
does not have to come in for 10 minutes.
Tuesday afternoon.
Your Honor, I don't know what the witness's availability is, but I can certainly.
All right, I just don't see that it makes much sense to have that jury come in for that brief period of time tomorrow, since we're only here a half a day, because one of the jurors, or more than one, I think, have to be elsewhere tomorrow afternoon. So I'm going to excuse this jury until next week, since there is nothing for them this afternoon and nothing for them tomorrow morning. So let's get them out.
Your Honor, before we bring them out,
Yes.
in terms of when you tell them to come back, I believe there are Erik-only witnesses on Tuesday. We're not here Tuesday morning, and I think it's Erik.
We have a request from one of the jurors on the Lyle Menendez jury that he not have to be here on Wednesday afternoon. Now, I don't know how that conforms with what your plans are as far as which jury would be present at any particular time.
We have a witness scheduled for Wednesday morning, I believe, who is in front of both juries.
And I have a witness scheduled for Wednesday morning, who only be from Erik Menendez jury.
Well-
So perhaps we could
What I would ask is that you work on that to see if whatever scheduling relates to just the Erik Menendez jury, that we do that for testimony Wednesday afternoon if possible, so that we can accommodate that request.
Right. So I think when we need, the Lyle Menendez jury, that will be Wednesday morning. I believe
Okay.
Tuesday afternoon is Erik Menendez only.
All right, and you have the balance of today and tomorrow morning filled up with witnesses.
Well, right now we have the balance today, and if they spill over, they will go to tomorrow morning, but if not.
So,
It's very hard to get people here from out of state before the Labor Day weekend.
We also, Your Honor, expected that Mr. Cano would take substantially longer than he did.
okay, but the benefit of shortening his testimony is disappearing rather rapidly if we don't make use of that time with other witnesses. So I would expect you to start working on getting some more witnesses here for tomorrow if it looks like we're going to run out for today. All right, let me, yeah.
The witnesses that we have next scheduled are coming in from back east, and they're flying in on Monday, so that I doubt we can get them here tomorrow. They have to come from the East Coast.
And we're using all of our local witnesses, I mean, we are coming to an end of using these witnesses. We're using local witnesses for impeachment and one for another purpose today. And then we just have that batch Tuesday afternoon, and then pretty much we're done with the civilians. Then we're shifting into the mental health professionals for Mrs. Menendez.
We do appear to have some issues that we need to deal with when I go out of the presence of the jury, some substantial motions, so I don't know if the program.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I want to schedule after tomorrow or
Well,
days next week.
as far as tomorrow, the matters haven't been briefed yet, so it's,
Your Honor, our brief on the 1016 and the attorney-client privilege will be in on Tuesday.
and the defense indicated they're filing a brief tomorrow relating to the mental health witnesses that the defense wants to call.
Correct.
All right, let's have the jurors out, and I'm going to indicate to this one juror that the defense is making efforts to deal with it so he can be off on Wednesday afternoon if possible. And the jurors are back for Lyle Menendez. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been discussing with the lawyers the schedule, just the immediate schedule as far as when you're going to next hear some testimony. And the balance of today will relate to witnesses called for the Erik Menendez jury, and the same for tomorrow. Also, as I understand it, Tuesday afternoon would be only for Erik Menendez. Is that correct? All right. Page 2.
Yes, we're on page 2, the third sentence at the top. Erik told him that if he ever found out, et cetera, we would object to the people trying to elicit that statement from Mr. Whalen. There was the court may recall there was a similar statement contained in a statement by Mr. Signorelli, and the court ruled that that statement is not elicitable by the prosecution since it's under 352. And we've asked for the same ruling here. And the second thing that we would object to is the next sentence that begins, Io asked Casey. We have no objection to up to the point where Casey says no, but what Casey's conclusion or thoughts are, we would object to as a conclusion.
Anyone else?
No, that's all that there is in there that we would object to.
Did the prosecution intend to go into that second objection?
No, not as to his opinion, as to what he actually viewed. I intend to go into it as to You didn't ask about the first one.
No, I'm asking about the second one. You don't intend to ask that. Okay.
Not jeopardy.
As far as the first relating to the defendant's statement that he would kill whoever it was who killed his parents.
I did intend to. I listened to that.
All right. And I'll have to review the statement then to see its context. All right, I've reviewed the statement and the defense objection to the introduction of that reference is,
It's a potential to show that the defendant is capable of an interest in killing another person. I think the prejudice outweighs the potential probative value. So people have endless reams of evidence now that the fact that the defendant did not immediately admit the killing of his parents and told falsehoods about it. I don't see this sufficient probative value at this stage of the trial to outweigh its prejudicial effect, and the court ruled on a similar statement in a similar context, like Craig Signorelli.
well, it was a different context, as I recall, and separate from that is the fact that you're calling this witness, I assume, for things other than what's in this statement.
Oh, some of the things that are in the statement, but
All right, it could very well be that what you elicit from this witness is different than what was obtained through the testimony of Mr. Signorelli, and it would have different significance then that he made this statement to this witness. There were all sorts of other things involving Mr. Signorelli. I don't think this is a issue of exclusion under Section 352. The prejudicial effect of this is nil. He's talking about killing himself, if you take it literally from what he's saying, that he would kill anyone who killed his parents once he learned of it. It's just an exhibition of his, the strength of or depth of his statements to others proclaiming his innocence. The way he said it, just proclaiming his innocence by putting the blame on someone else, and that if he ever found whoever else it was who killed his parents, he would kill them. You're not contending that that's what he would have done, or that the people aren't contending that either.
no, it's just another attempt on their part to show that Erik was made a false story, but we've already heard a testimony about that so that which we don't contest. So this is truly cumulative evidence.
Based on what little has been presented to me, I don't know what the evidence is that you're trying to get out of the witness, but it doesn't seem to me that it's cumulative or unduly prejudicial, so I'm not going to exclude it. Right, anything else? Well, it's up to you. If you feel that that one reference is so substantial, it's up to you.
With reference to that, there's another witness that we called in for this afternoon, named Chris Zemrock, and given what the court ruled with respect to Mr. Cano this morning, I now am considering whether or not to call this witness, because there is another witness who may overlap to some extent, and I think the other witness has more to say. So I am not going to call Mr. Zemrock this afternoon. I want to actually interview him further and see if there's some other areas that he could testify to, since we did bring him out here. But I don't want to be in the position where I put on a witness who has touched upon certain areas and then prevent my calling another witness who has even more detailed information that somewhat overlaps. So I'm just being cautious and not put the first witness on.
All right, so you have somebody else here?
Yeah, Disagreement.
Okay, and are you ready with the other witness? Okay. All right, and I take it there is nothing to discuss regarding the next witness.
Who is next witness?
Jen Stoltzfus, followed by Barbara Zussman.
Oh, I thought it was, so Mrs. Whalen isn't.
Mrs. Whalen is, but I'm, well, first I want to decide on the focus.
Okay, so Mrs. Whalen.
Take slowly.
Okay, then let's get the jury out and we'll proceed with the next witness. Okay, this is your next witness. All right, would you raise your right hand, please, and face the court clerk?
Ms. Marie solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Be seated. Tell us your full name, spell your last name.
My name is Janet Sorg Stoltzfus, Stolt, Z as in zebra, F as in fox, U, S as in Sam.
Okay.
Mrs. Stoltzfus, what is your occupation?
I'm a teacher.
And where do you teach?
I teach at Princeton Day School in Princeton, New Jersey.
And is Princeton Day School also known as PDS?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been teaching at Princeton Day School?
I taught there from 1978 to 1986, and then spent 4 years in London and returned 3 years ago, so I'm beginning my 4th year back.
And how long have you been a teacher?
I started teaching after I graduated from college. I did a year of graduate work. I taught at the Beirut College for Women in Beirut, Lebanon. I taught overseas. My husband and I lived overseas in the Middle East for about 20 years. He was in the Foreign Service. And on and off between raising 5 children, I taught whenever I had the opportunity.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the fall of 1985 to the spring of 1986, you were then teaching at PDS, correct?
I was. Mm-hmm.
And did you have a class in which you had Erik Menendez as one of your students?
Yes, I did. He was in my 9th grade Bible class.
Now, tell us what kind of a class the 9th grade Bible class is.
I should preface by saying that religion is a year of religion is a requirement at our school. We are not a religious school. We are a secular school, but it is regarded as important. And kids have the option of taking Bible in 9th or 10th grade or electives as juniors or seniors. The Bible course was described as Bible as a basis of Western civilization, and it was a way of looking at the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Okay. Now, this was a year-long course
Year-long.
that you taught, and how many times a week did you meet?
We met 4 times a week.
And that was for how long a day?
Well, it varies from one day to the other. Our schedule is very hard to understand, but let's say average 50-minute periods.
Okay. And about how many other children were in the 9th grade Bible class that we're speaking of?
In that section, I'd guess 15 or 16.
Now, can you tell us, Mrs. Stoltzfus, based on your contact with Erik during, I'm sorry. Mrs. Abramson can't hear me. Can you tell us, based on your contact with Erik during the course of this year, whether he was mature for his age?
He would have been 15 and something,
Right.
I think. Immature compared to the others.
Okay. And is there anything in particular about his behavior in class with respect to you that makes you tell us that he was immature compared to the other children?
Some of the behavior, sort of clowning, which some kids do, but is not necessarily seen as mature behavior. We met with the building in which our class met is an old building, And we met in the dining room of the building. It was not like a regular classroom. And it had a big table. And we all sat around the table. And Erik always sat right there. For whatever reason, he seemed to want to feel secure.
Okay, when you say right there, do you mean next to you?
Right next to me. Mhm.
Okay, and did that to you mean that Erik felt some need to be near you?
Sustained.
Okay, what based on your years of teaching experience, is there a particular phenomenon that is at work when a child seeks to be near a teacher, to be close to a teacher?
Sustained.
I'm going to show you, Mrs. Stoltzfus, a package of documents that's been previously marked as Exhibit 197, which prosecution has had for a number of days. May I approach now?
Yes.
Just show you a package of documents. Would you take a look at those and see if you recognize those papers?
These are comments written by various teachers. I see a lot of middle school reports.
There are some tabs.
Oh, all right.
on the side of the paper. Would you look at those tabs and see whether or not those tabs show your
Yes, comment from from probably October of 85, comment from November of 85, comment from March probably of 86. And sorry.
last comment appears to be from June of 1986?
Yes, I'm just catching up with March and April. The last one would be June of 1986.
Now, what are these comments that we've been referring to?
Every quarter, and in this case, I notice there are 5, which we no longer have to do. Thank goodness, only 4. At the time that you give grades, you also write a comment assessing the student, trying to give a verbal picture of where the student is at that point, making suggestions for improvement or praise for success.
And have you had a chance to review your comments about Erik that you wrote in connection with the Bible class?
Yes, I have.
Now, Mrs. Stoltzfus, did you notice any learning problems that Erik had early on in your contact with him in 1985?
I recall saying in that very first comment in October that I noticed he seemed to get flustered taking written tests, and that it was my observation that he had a problem literally with the physical act of writing. It's a fancy term for it, is dysgraphia. He would have had to have been tested for that, which, as far as I know, he never was. But that his writing was quite bad, and it was literally painful to do it. And I concluded that perhaps one of the reasons that he particularly got disturbed at the time of taking a test was because of that.
Your Honor, I move to strike everything after I concluded this being a speculation and conclusion on the part of the witness.
Right, that portion of the answer will be stricken, the rest will remain.
Now, let's get back to this, the term that you said, dysgraphia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that is literally a difficulty in putting your thoughts to paper.
Right, and in actually physically writing on the page.
Okay. Was there a difference between the skills that you observed Erik using in class orally and his written skills?
Very striking difference. He was excellent in oral discussion. He had a lot of wonderful insights, and he expressed himself very well.
Okay, now you mentioned that your first comment was that he became flustered on tests. Can you tell us what you meant by flustered?
Well, to me, flustered is sort of sweating a lot and scratching things out and having trouble concentrating while others are moving right along and perhaps not even finishing.
Did it appear to you that Erik was a child with a high anxiety level with respect to his performance in school?
I would say he was very anxious.
Okay. And is there anything else about his behavior in class that makes you conclude that he was anxious? For example, his seating himself.
That would certainly be an example of it, because a girl might do that, but it's unusual for a guy. And the security, if you're taking a test and you're anxious, would certainly lead to that. Being very worried about whether the assignment had been done right, taking a test and saying, am I doing this right? And saying, we can't talk about that now, that kind of thing.
He would say that. He would say, am I doing this right during tests?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, that's something that students are taught they're not allowed to do during the test.
They try from time to time, but he was much more chronic about it.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Stoltzfus, did Erik seem to you to be a happy child or a sad child?
Erik struck me as a very sad kid. I never saw what I would call a sense of joy about him.
All right. You mentioned earlier that he used to clown around.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile your description of him as a sad kid with his clowning around behavior?
I would conclude that the clowning around was to get attention, to show that he was one of the kids, when in fact he had, as far as I could see, no particular buddies in that classroom.
Okay. He didn't appear to have friends that he would talk to or spend time with during class, no particular friends?
No.
Did he seem to be lonely?
Overall.
He was a very alone kind of person, yes.
Now, Mrs. Stoltzfus, have you had a chance to review at some prior time the comments that were written about Erik by other teachers at Princeton Day School?
At the time that I looked over my old ones, I also looked at comments written by my son and by other teachers. My son also teaches there. And I was struck by how often teachers referred to his anxiety.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Did there appear to be any pressure on Erik with respect to learning a performance in school?
Yes.
And do you what do you mean when you say there appeared to be pressure?
He would get very uptight at the time of a test and over deadlines.
Were you aware, Mrs. Stoltzfus, that Erik had an older brother named Lyle who attended PDS?
Yes, I was.
And are you aware of how Lyle did as a student as compared to Erik?
Sustained.
What was there discussion among the teachers at PDS about the two Menendez boys and their level of achievement?
Sustained.
Did Erik appear to be under any pressure because of his following in his brother's footsteps?
I would say absolutely.
Okay, and was his brother a better student or a worse student?
I never taught Lyle. The conventional wisdom was.
Sustained.
Was there any discussion among the teachers at school about Lyle's academic achievement? Was that a matter that was discussed?
At faculty meetings, one discusses students, and Lyle was regarded as the more achieving student.
Your Honor, I can just strike that as being consent.
Sustain the answer, Strickland.
Was there any source of pressure on Erik in terms of performing at school, aside from, were sports a source of pressure?
He played on the tennis team in the spring. He certainly put a lot of time into practice. One of my comments, I warned him because he had had a marvelous second quarter, and then the third quarter began to slide away a little bit. And I said, you know, be sure you don't let the pressures of the tennis season get in the way of your academics.
Was that in your comment?
That was in my comment,
in
yes.
April of 1986?
That's correct.
And was that a comment that was written actually before the tennis season even began?
Probably on the verge of it.
Okay, did
Probably would have started.
and did in fact, once the tennis season started, did Erik appear to have some added pressure on him because of his involvement in tennis?
His performance diminished.
Did Erik ever mention to you Lyle's superior performance or reputation as an achiever in school?
Erik made it very clear that he idolized his older brother, that this was somebody who was an academic wonder and an athlete of the first order.
Did Erik indicate to you that he wanted to emulate his older brother?
It was very clear that he would love to achieve as his brother had.
Mrs. Stoltzfus, did there come a time in the spring of 1986, probably around the time during tennis season, where you caught Erik copying from another child's work?
Yes.
And how did you happen to find out that Erik copied from another child's work?
I had given a rather long written assignment, actually to outline the book of Acts, and they had been turned in, and I was reading them, read Erik's, thought this looks good, put it aside, read some others, read another one, and realized that I was seeing words again that I had read earlier. So then I set them out side by side, and it was clear that one was a copy of the other, and the other student was a straight one student, and Erik had been floundering. It was clear that he had copied from the other student.
And a straight one student is somebody that gets the highest.
That's
grade.
right. We have a very bizarre grading system.
Okay, so straight one would be like an A.
Beyond.
Now, after you made this discovery, did you then talk to Erik?
Yes, I did.
And
I called him aside, a little room we had up in Colross. This building that we taught in, which was not the main building, I'm sorry. And I said, I showed the papers and I said, you cheated. You copied this. How do you explain this? I may not have attacked like that. I don't exactly remember, but I said, how do you explain the similarity between these two? And his initial reaction was, you know, nothing. And then I said, you had to have copied this. And he began to cry.
you say he began to cry.
Yes.
A few tears?
No, he really cried.
Was the crying that you saw unusual behavior for a 15 or 16-year-old ninth grader, even one who's just been confronted with a paper they copied?
You can ask a question.
I have rarely seen a boy of that age cry over anything.
And did Erik tell you anything about why he copied the other child's paper?
He was desperate to get it done.
Now, Meaning he had to get it in by a
Had to be in by a certain time, and I had made that very clear, and because I was away at the time.
Mrs. Stoltzfus, you had at that point taught Erik since the fall, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, that is correct.
And Erik, could Erik have gotten more time to complete the assignment if he had asked you?
Yes, he could have. I often gave extensions. He didn't seem to trust what the other kids knew about me, but I would give an extension.
He didn't seem to trust the speculation on
Overall, the answer will stand.
Was this copying of the other child's paper a particularly clever or sophisticated way of?
Doomed to failure. Totally unsophisticated.
Did Erik ever have a problem following instructions that you noticed?
Yes, often, and this was one of the things that would get him into trouble on a test. He would misread the directions, or on a creative kind of assignment. I gave a lot of creative type of assignments. He would either misread the directions or not follow them, even if sometimes one had gone over them in class.
And did you, in fact, mention these problems in following instructions in the comments?
Yes, I
that you
did.
sent home? Let me ask you, Mrs. Stoltzfus, did anyone ever, either Mr. Menendez or Mrs. Menendez ever contact you regarding any of your suggestions in the comments?
No, I never heard from them at all.
And these comments, again, were sent out to parents?
That's correct.
Getting back for a moment to the copying incident where Erik copied the other child's paper, was that essentially copying the other paper word for word?
Almost word for word, especially as one got closer to the end, except that then he was going so fast. You could see he was under pressure from the handwriting, from the speed, and certain things were dropped out. But there was no attempt to change the structure or the wording, which is why I say it was not a very sophisticated effort.
Now, you indicated that Erik had certain learning disabilities that you observed in class. What were your suggestions that you offered in terms of dealing with these learning disabilities?
I suggested, I commented on the problem with the writing very early on. I talked about his working on study strategies, both at the beginning of the year and the end of the year. It seemed to me that his erratic performance showed very erratic kind of preparation, that he was not familiar with, or at least not doing the kind of organization and separating important things from minor things that you do as you prepare for a test or as you take notes in class. Kids who have problems with dysgraphia often don't take very many notes because, again, the physical act of writing is so painful.
Is there a procedure at Princeton Day School when a child does something like Erik did, copied another child's paper?
Yes, it was a primary offense, and he went before the judiciary.
Okay, and is that kind of like a committee of people that meet and decide what should happen?
It's a committee composed of elected members of the student body representing each grade, and also has faculty members, both permanent and rotating, on it.
And does the child just come by himself to the Judiciary Committee, or can there be a parent there?
The advisor accompanies the child, and the parent can go if the parent wishes.
Okay, and were you in fact present there at the Judiciary Committee when they met to discuss Erik's copying the other child's paper?
I was present for the first part of the hearing because I was bringing the charge.
All right, and was Erik there?
Erik was there.
And was Erik's mother there?
Erik's mother was there.
Did Erik's mother make any statements to the committee about what her son had done?
After I had brought the charge, she did make a statement. She said, you have to understand that we were moving and Erik was very busy.
And is there a particular reason why Mrs. Menendez's explanations to the Judiciary Committee is something that you remember today? Mrs. Menendez's, how many Judiciary Committee sessions or meetings had you participated in?
I had been a member as a rotating faculty member for quite a few years, and that particular year, with two other faculty members, I was one of three heads. The head had died in the fall, but for this case, of course, I couldn't sit on it. I had seen a lot of parents in not a lot of serious cases.
You've answered the question.
Okay.
The next question, please.
And was there anything different about Mrs. Menendez's reaction as opposed to the other parents?
Yes.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did Mrs. Menendez comment on the wrongfulness of what Erik had done?
Not at all.
She never said he did wrong?
She never said he did wrong.
Did it appear that she had any perception that this was wrong behavior on the part of her son?
Objection calls for speculation on part of the witness.
Sustained.
At the time Mrs. Menendez appeared and said, "You have to understand we were moving, Erik was busy," was he there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And Erik remained silent, correct?
Remained silent.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
So,
Mrs. Stoltzfus, you indicated that you first confronted Erik about this behavior. Did Erik admit or acknowledge that he knew that what he had done was wrong?
He was scared. He was terrified. He didn't discuss that.
He didn't tell you what he was scared and terrified of?
No.
One last question, Mrs. Stoltzfus. Did you like Erik as a student in your class?
I was very fond of Erik. Very fond of Erik.
Thank you very much. I have nothing to say.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, in regards to this incident you've just testified about, I believe you indicated that when you confronted Erik Menendez with what your suspicions were, that he cried. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you feel sorry for him when he cried?
I felt compassion, yes.
In spite of the fact that you felt compassion, you still reported the incident. Is that correct?
Of course.
Okay, why?
Why? Because one always does.
And why?
Because it was a violation of the honor code.
Are the students at Princeton Day School supposed to abide by the honor code?
Yes.
And are they supposed to be held responsible for their actions in violation of the honor code?
Yes, they are.
Believe that you've indicated in the records that you have in front of you that there are 5 separate notations that you made throughout.
In this particular year.
Yes, and that was the only year that you taught Erik Menendez.
That's
correct?
right.
In the first 3 of those reports, it appears that the reports are favorable. Is that in that? In
The first,
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Are those reports favorable? The first 3.
I'm
The-
going to object because they
Okay, would you consider
Go ahead,
those reports to be positive reports rather than negative reports?
may I just say, the very first one was written probably less than 6 weeks into the school year when you do not know a student very well. It is not my style as a teacher to be negative about students whom I don't know very well, although I do try to identify a potential problem which I saw in his handwriting. The second comment was very positive. He'd had a fine quarter. The third comment, I may be out of whack on these, or perhaps it was first, second, third comment was the one that he got a 2. The second time he got a grade, he got a 3, he got a 2. And that was very strong. He had done good work on a test. He knew he was organized and prepared, and that was the one time he really came through like that.
Now, the test that he did well on in reference to this, I think you said second quarter, was that a test that was taken in class?
Yes, it was.
Were all of the tests taken in class, or were any of them the kind where you can take them home?
No, in those days they were taken in class.
And so the third report was a positive report, correct?
On the basis of 5, yes,
All right. And then
I think.
In April, there were 2 reports after the third one.
That's right. There were 2 reports in the second semester.
Okay, and one was in April and one was in June.
In June.
I believe that in the notes and also in your testimony, those reports coincided with the advent of the tennis season.
The first of those 2 would have been at the very beginning of the tennis season. It was probably 2 weeks after spring break.
And you were aware, were you not, that Erik Menendez was very much involved in tennis at that age?
Oh, yes.
Did he play on the tennis team at the school?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that he displayed clowning behavior in class. Was that behavior disruptive to the classroom in any way?
He was not one to carry on if you said cut it out.
The incident that you've referred to in which he copied another student's paper, did that also occur after the April or after the onset of the last?
It was probably at the beginning of May.
Okay, so it was after the onset of tennis season as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
Now, the 5 notations that you have in regard to his studies in your Bible class, would it be normal for any of those to contain a reference to this incident that you've testified to with the copying?
I referred to it, but I alluded to it.
Okay, so it's not very clear then.
Well, it's very clear to me, and I think it was very clear to him and very clear to his parents.
Okay, but not to just someone who isn't familiar with the incident.
Yes.
Okay. So in the first 3, or your first part of the contact with Erik Menendez, he did do good work. Is that correct?
He was up and down.
But he was capable.
He was capable of good work. There were certain things that got in the way.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Stoltzfus, what do you think was the moral lesson of Mrs. Menendez's statement to the Judiciary Committee in the presence of her son?
There was no moral lesson at all.
She wasn't a good example to her son.
It calls for conclusion and is beyond scope.
Objection sustained.
I'm going to ask you to look at your comments, specifically your first one, which was in October of 1985. Okay, in that, and this was one that you said that you wrote early on in your contact with Erik, and you were trying not
That's
to.
right. It's written in October, and it's probably fairly early in October.
Okay, and you also mentioned in that comment that the physical act of writing seemed to be a struggle for Erik.
That's right.
Okay, and that also that it may get in the way of his dealing on paper with material that he may understand intellectually.
Correct.
And this is also the comment in which you said that we need to address this before the year advances much further.
That's right.
Okay, and I believe you testified that there was no response to this.
There was no response. We would have had parent conferences shortly thereafter, or we would have had them there before. I never was asked to have a conference.
Now, the second comment that Mrs. Bazanish mentioned, that's dated November of 1985.
Yes, it is.
All right, and in that comment, you mentioned Erik's having charted an erratic course that fall.
That's right.
And by that, did you mean
Up and down, up and down. He had, in the final weeks, according to my comment, done better work, and so therefore I was pleased that things were moving up rather than down at that point.
All right. And the third comment is in February of 1986?
That would be at the end of the second semester.
Okay, and in that comment,
I'm not finding it. Here it is.
here it is, okay. Did you mention Erik's being flustered and that interfering with his work?
I did. He had done quite well during that particular quarter. He, I note, he fell apart on the exam, which was too bad. It was not indicative of the kind of work he'd done during the quarter, but characteristic of his getting flustered for a big event.
And then there's another comment in, I believe, April of 1986.
Correct?
And this was the comment in which you mentioned the prospective pressure in the spring because of tennis.
He was beginning to slide. I talk about his having seemed to have lost the commitment to excellence that he had before, and warned him to try to stay focused on academics, even though there was a lot on his plate.
Okay. And in the final comment in June of 1986, you mentioned that it had been a difficult quarter for him. Is that the reference to the copying incident?
Do you want me to read the sentence that refers to it?
Yes.
The act's outline proved to be a learning experience in unexpected ways, perhaps the most valuable one of the year if you truly profit from it.
And did that comment also again mention Erik getting flustered under pressure and misreading directions to his detriment?
Yes, he had done very badly on the final exam. And one of the reasons was misreading the directions for a pretty straightforward question, which he should perfectly well have been able to answer.
Did Erik's mother and your contacts with him, Mrs. Stoltzfus, seem to care about his learning and his learning problems?
Objection, false speculation.
Could I just answer about my contacts with her?
Why don't you rephrase the question and then maybe you can, depending on what the question is.
Okay.
You met with Mrs. Menendez before the judiciary, correct?
Yes.
And you also, at that time that you met with her before the judiciary, had sent home a number of these comments with suggestions and.
That's correct.
Okay. And had you had any contact with her in addition to the judiciary incident and the normal?
Mrs. Menendez never asked me or commented on anything about Erik's academics.
Would it be correct to say that she did not appear to be concerned about his academics based on her failure to contact you?
No, we would object to the
Sustain.
She never contacted you?
She never contacted me.
Overrule the answer will stand.
Did you see Mrs. Menendez at tennis matches in connection with the school?
Only once, and that was an in-house kind of thing. That was probably before Erik was in the upper school, quite a bit before.
All right. Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Your next witness? Sure.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Barbara Zussman, Zussman.
Is that Dr. Zussman?
Doctor, yes.
What kind of a doctorate do you hold?
It's an academic doctorate in EDD.
And are you presently retired?
From full-time teaching, yes.
Okay, so you were a teacher in the past?
Mm-hmm.
How long were you a teacher?
Altogether about 28 years.
All right. And did you teach for some time at Beverly Hills High School?
Yes, I did.
When did you teach at Beverly Hills High School?
Until 3 years ago, I taught there for 8 years total.
All right. And what particular subject or subjects did you teach?
English.
And I'm going to ask you to remember back to 1988 to 1989. You were teaching at Beverly Hills High School then.
Yes, I was.
And did you teach a class in which Erik Menendez was one of your students?
Yes.
What class was that?
It was a 12th grade English class.
And was this, what type of an English class? Did it have a theme?
Yes, the theme was, the literature was Shakespeare.
And was this an elective class that the students would choose?
Well, it was a required that they take English, but the content of the literature was the elective part.
And this was a class of 12th graders, correct?
Yes.
And it was a class that began in September of 1988 and ended in June of 1989.
That's right.
So the first time you remember meeting Erik Menendez was in your class in the fall of 1988.
Yes.
Did there come a time, Mrs. Zussman, when you had a conference or a meeting with Erik's parents?
I had two meetings. The first one with both parents, I believe it was right before the Christmas vacation.
And was there something unusual about the timing of that meeting that you had with Erik's parents?
Well, from a teacher's point of view, yes, because it was a Friday before a vacation, and teachers are not normally expected to stay for any reason on Friday, and certainly not before a Christmas vacation. But the request had been made for the conference through the counselor, and I thought I might as well get it over with rather than have it hang over vacation. So I said, yes, I'd keep the appointment.
Okay, and did you in fact have an appointment with Erik's parents sometime in December?
On that Friday afternoon, whenever it was, yes.
Okay,
yes.
How long did the meeting last?
I would say it was about an hour, as well as I can remember now.
All right, now you said that both of the parents attended. Did one of them do most of the talking?
I would say all of the talking was Mr. Menendez.
And can you tell us, Dr. Zussman, based on your contact with Mr. Menendez at that particular meeting, first of all, what did they want to talk about?
About how Erik was doing in my class, basically.
And was there also any discussion about recommendations for college?
Yes, I raised that because Erik had brought me requests to write recommendations to colleges for him. And I pointed out that it was unusual to ask a 12th grade teacher to do that because I had only known him so few weeks, that it was more the practice to ask an 11th grade teacher to do it.
Okay. What were your impressions of Jose Menendez based on the meeting that you had with him?
I thought he had a very definite sense of who he was. I thought he was very condescending. He didn't seem to have a very high opinion of teachers, especially women teachers.
What made you feel that he didn't have a very high opinion of teachers in general and women teachers in particular?
Just his general attitude. I couldn't say he said anything. It was just the manner in which he spoke to me.
What about Mr. Menendez's attitude towards his son? Did he express any expectations of his son during this meeting that you had with him?
That he expected him to do well, yes.
Okay. And did you have any, were his expectations of his son, in your opinion, realistic?
No, I don't think they were.
Okay, could you tell us about Erik as a student? What type of student was he?
Earlier in the year, I thought he was suffering from a typical case of senioritis, which means that there are frequent absences and work isn't handed in very often or very well, which is common with many seniors. It was very difficult to get work completed in class from him. Written assignments were rarely completed if they were to be completed in class. But homework assignments eventually I would get from him, and the caliber of those assignments was much higher than anything he produced in class.
Okay. And did there appear to you to be some difficulty, some learning difficulty on Erik's part?
It didn't occur to me until much later in the second semester that Erik had a reading problem. And I really only noticed it because it's typical of seniors especially to be able to compensate and to cover up for reading difficulties. There are all kinds of techniques that kids use to do that. But because it was a Shakespeare class, we did a lot of oral work, and quite a bit of it was sight reading. And Erik liked to take part because he enjoyed acting. And I noticed as he was reading that he was substituting words for what was actually in the text, using the right beginning sounds, but making up another word as he was reading. And that alerted me to the fact that he was having reading problems.
Okay. Is there a particular name for the reading problem that you observed with Erik?
Well, some people call it dyslexia.
Would the substitution of words that you observed occur for any words or just very difficult words? Or can you tell us?
Oh, difficult words, words of several syllables. Now, I wouldn't say he was a completely handicapped student. He wasn't. He could function. But I would imagine that this reading problem would slow him down somewhat.
Okay. Did it appear that Erik had to struggle to get meaning from the printed page?
Judging calls for speculation, misleading, and suggestive.
Overall, you can answer the question.
In the sense that it might be new material and unfamiliar material, but as I say, because of his experience and the fact that he was a capable young man in many ways, he probably could make a guess at the real meaning as he was reading, but it would slow him down a bit, I think.
Okay. Now, are students with reading problems such as Erik, able to compensate for those reading problems in certain ways?
Oh, I think they do, very definitely.
And in what ways would a student with Erik's reading problems compensate?
Well, there are different ways. I think one of the ways Erik did it was by not hiding himself. Many kids who have that problem would shrink back and not be noticed, whereas Erik was anxious to participate. He liked reading aloud. He liked acting. And as I say, the fact that he would substitute words that might make sense or might make meaning was one of the ways he did it.
Okay. Did you ever have a discussion with either of Erik's parents about his difficulties with reading?
Towards the end of the second semester, Mrs. Menendez asked for a conference, and she came by herself that time. And I raised this point. I said I had the feeling that Erik had reading problems, that I hadn't noticed it as noticeably, but towards the end of the year, I felt strongly that there was a problem. And she said, oh, yes, we know that. We had him tested when he was younger, and we were told that Erik was dyslexic. And I said at the time, I wish you had said something when enrolling Erik in the school. We might have been able to help him. But I really don't think so, because if it isn't handled early, by 12th grade, there's probably not much that a school could do anyway.
Okay. In other words, this reading dyslexia is something that you need intervention and remedial classes at a very early age.
Yes, I would say so.
In what way, based on the year that you had Erik in your English class, do you think that his father's expectations of him were unrealistic?
I don't think Erik's interests were mainly academic. I think he preferred, he liked acting. I think he liked athletic activities. He did not enjoy writing. His written assignments were not well done. I had occasion to talk to a tutor, and I asked her if she wouldn't write stuff for Erik, because I could see the difference between his home assignments and the stuff that he did for me in class, because I couldn't help him if I didn't see his own work. And she became somewhat angry with me and said I was trying to take her tutoring job away, so I soft-pedaled on that.
What about memorizing? Would Erik use memorizing as a coping mechanism or a way to deal with this particular learning problem?
I think this is one of the compensation things I think he did. We, in his drama class, with which I had nothing to do, he was asked to memorize a Shakespearean soliloquy of some kind. And he asked me one day if I would hear him rehearse it, which I did. And he had chosen a very difficult soliloquy from Richard II, a very difficult one to understand, and I think a difficult one for an actor to perform. And I asked him why he chose to memorize it, which he'd done quite well. Mm-hmm. And he said, because you told the class it was difficult.
Okay. One last question. Was there a difference, Dr. Zussman, between Mrs. Menendez and how she appeared and carried herself during the first meeting that you had with her and her husband and the second meeting that she alone attended?
The first meeting, both parents were extremely well dressed, Mr. Menendez particularly, but she looked equally well groomed. The second meeting, she was not as well dressed. Her hair was not as, she just didn't look the same person, but maybe because it was the summer and she was more casual, but she did look more dowdy, if that's the right word to use the second time.
Did she act in any different way? Did she act, she seemed depressed.
Well, she didn't say anything really the first time. She was very quiet, and she was very quiet and low-key. The second time, she just said, I've come in to see how Erik has been doing.
And when was this second meeting?
The date I can't remember, but it must have been quite late in the semester, probably around May.
That was in May of Erik's senior year?
Of his senior year, yes.
Oh. That's May of 1989.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Zussman? You indicated that you actually spoke to a tutor that Erik had.
On the telephone, yes.
On the telephone. How did you find out that he had this tutor?
Mr. Menendez told me he did.
And when did you talk to Mr. Menendez about the tutor?
At the time of our first interview. I mentioned my feeling that I could help Erik better if I were looking at his own work, not work that was done by a tutor. So he gave me the tutor's telephone number. Mr. Menendez did.
So Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had tried to assist their son by getting a tutor for him.
Objection calls for speculation before the
Sustained.
You had indicated, ma'am, that you thought that Erik Menendez had some problems reading, for example.
Yes.
This tutor that you talked to, what sorts of things would the tutor be involved with Erik Menendez?
Objection calls for either hearsay or speculation.
Objection sustained.
This conversation that you had with the tutor, did you find out what areas were covered with Erik Menendez by the tutor?
Objection hearsay.
This has to do with the conversation elicited by Ms. Morrissey in her direct examination?
Yes.
Overall.
You may answer, ma'am.
I mostly talked to her about the writing that she was helping him with, which I understood was what she was doing as far as English was concerned.
Do you recall who the tutor was?
No.
And you asked the tutor not to help Erik as it related to your class?
No, I didn't ask her not to help him. I wanted her not to. It seemed to me that she was rewriting much of what he did. And I felt she should help him, but not write material for him, or I wouldn't know what he could do.
Now, did you have occasion to examine the grades that Erik Menendez had gotten from Calabasas High School?
Yes, I did.
Did he get good grades in English from Calabasas High School?
So far as I remember, he did in 9th and 10th grade, but not in 11th.
Was it your understanding that Erik Menendez was a new student at Beverly Hills High School?
He was new in the 12th grade, yes.
So he came for his 12th grade year?
Yes.
And that was the first time you had ever taught Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And you taught him for that whole year?
Yes.
Now, there was a point at which you indicated that Erik Menendez wanted you to write a recommendation for him. He's applying to colleges.
Yes.
And did you write recommendations for him?
I did write them, but I explained to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez that they would have to be very general because I hadn't known him more than a few weeks when these recommendations were due, and I had to say that in the letters that I wrote.
Now, Beverly Hills High School is a fairly prestigious high school, I take it.
I think so.
It is highly regarded as a high school?
I think so.
Do you know how it's rated among other high schools in
And I'm going to
California?
object to this as irrelevant.
Overall.
I think it's rated very highly compared with many other schools in the country.
Do you recall which colleges you sent out the recommendations, or did you just write a letter to whom it may concern?
I don't remember the colleges I wrote to. Mostly it involved filling in some forms and then attaching a general letter that I probably did, as was my custom, to whom it may concern, and just attach it, the same letter to each college.
Did you learn that Erik Menendez had been accepted to such schools as UC Berkeley and UCLA?
No, I never knew where he was accepted.
And you indicated that you had two meetings with respect to Erik Menendez, the first meeting being with both parents.
Yes.
And the parents had come in and they were interested in how Erik was doing in your class.
Yes.
And you had a meeting of about an hour, I think you indicated?
Yes.
Now, the second meeting in the second semester was with only Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And she also wanted to know how Erik was doing at that time?
Yes.
Was that a pleasant meeting for you? Do you recall?
I think it was so neutral. I didn't feel positive or negative. It was just an interview with a parent, and it was fine.
Now, you indicated that Erik Menendez liked to act. Is that correct?
That's the impression I got.
Now, you indicated that he was taking a drama class that you knew of.
Yes.
Are you aware of any awards that Erik Menendez received at Beverly Hills High School for acting or from his drama?
Object, because that assumes the fact not because people have never done.
All right, the objection overruled. This is a cross-examination.
No, I know of nothing like that.
Now, you did know, based on what he told you, that he was taking drama.
Yes.
In fact, he gave you a performance of his. Is that correct? I think you said Richard II?
Oh, the soliloquy that he rehearsed before me, he also presented to the class as a sort of rehearsal for doing it for drama.
He gave this to the entire English class of yours?
Yeah, I asked him if he would, and he said yes, because it was an extra chance to practice before he was graded by his drama teacher. And the class was impressed because it was a play we'd studied, and he had taken the trouble to memorize this soliloquy.
And how would you rate his performance?
As done by a 12th grader, it was quite good. As a piece of acting, it wasn't superb, but it was good for a 12th grade senior.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Any redirect?
Dr. Zussman, would you describe Erik as a personable young man?
Oh, yes.
And he was also sociable in class?
Not really. Where we were doing group work, maybe he was, but I wasn't the kind of teacher that encouraged being sociable when you were supposed to be working.
You indicated that memorization was a way to cover up for reading inadequacies.
Well, one way.
I'm sorry? Objection sustained. Answer is correct.
The soliloquy that Mr. Kuriyama asked you about was one that Erik memorized.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Now let's go back to the first meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, the only meeting with Mr. Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. How would you describe Mr. Menendez as overbearing?
It's slightly. I think condescending was more the feeling I got.
The second meeting, Mr. Kuriana asked you if it was in the second semester. It was actually in May.
Well, that would be towards the end of the second semester,
Okay,
yes.
May is just about the end of the school year, correct?
That's as I remember it, yes, yes.
And generally by May, the end of the school year, there's not much that can be done in terms of a student's performance for the year.
That's true.
It's rather late to have a meeting.
Well, it was interesting that the parents of a senior would even bother to come. So the fact that she came twice, it wasn't late. I mean, it was interesting that she came.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Are you ready with your next witness? We need a break. All right, let's take a recess and we'll resume at 10 minutes after 3. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 10 minutes after 3.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cano turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cano? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cano, the brand I trust.
Kevin Christopher Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N. Nickname's Casey. Sure is. Yes, ma'am.
And Casey.
We'll call you Mr. Whalen.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Whalen, do you know Erik Menendez?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you come to know him?
He came to high school in Calabasas High School. I went to high school my junior year.
And what year was your junior year at Calabasas High School?
Fall of 87, spring of 88.
If I were to tell you that Erik moved to California in the fall of 86 and began Calabasas High School then, would you know if you met him in his first year there or in his second year there?
It would be the second year. I mean, that was when I got to know him. Was that time?
Okay. And at Calabasas High School, were you a member of any of the athletic teams?
Yes, ma'am. I played football in the fall and I ran track in the spring.
And when you got to know Erik, did you know if he was a member of any of the athletic teams at Calabasas High School?
Yes, he was a member of the tennis team.
You were not.
No, ma'am.
Now, did you know another member of the tennis team named Craig Signorelli?
Yes, very well.
Did you know Craig Signorelli before you got to know Erik Menendez?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And at the time that you got to know Erik Menendez, was Craig Signorelli a friend of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long had you known Mr. Signorelli before you met Erik Menendez?
I came to middle school in second grade. Craig was in the third grade, so I'd known him for quite some time, at least of him.
And did you know other students who knew Craig Signorelli?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And all through your schooling, from the time you first came to know Mr. Signorelli through high school, did you from time to time discuss Mr. Signorelli with other students?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point after you came to know Erik Menendez, did you come to go to his home?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall where he was living when he was attending Calabasas High School?
In Calabasas Park.
And if I might approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
We have a picture chart here. Different houses. And call your attention to this picture chart. Do you recognize any of the houses on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what house do you recognize?
Well, the Calabasas house, 4530.
Okay.
You've identified this house here, 4530 Park Livorno.
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your knowledge, was that a house that the Menendez family owned or rented?
I don't know. I didn't know.
And during the time that you knew Erik, that he lived in the valley, basically in Calabasas, did he always live at this particular house?
Yeah. Yes. Well, I went to school. Yeah. Yes.
And did you know of another house in the Calabasas area that the family was building or remodeling?
Yes. Kind of above the valley in Mulholland Highway.
And to the best of your knowledge, did the Menendez family ever move into the Mulholland Highway house?
No, ma'am.
They didn't?
No, they didn't. The house was never completed when they were there.
On how many occasions, if you can estimate, Mr. Whalen, did you visit the Park Livorno house while Erik lived there?
20, 30 times maybe.
And was there anything unusual or noticeable about the condition of some of the rooms of that house?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what was unusual?
Well, it was, the family room was always kind of dirty. And the living room and various rooms had boxes that were there for the duration of time that I knew Erik. And one of the rooms was piled with boxes almost to the ceiling where you couldn't walk into it.
Was that the living room?
Yes, ma'am.
So from the time you knew Erik all the way till he moved from that house, the living room was a room filled with boxes.
And other rooms had boxes the whole time while I lived there.
And did these appear to be the kind of boxes people packed when they moved from place to place?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you come to know at some point that Craig Signorelli was not permitted at Erik's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall specifically hearing Jose Menendez, Mr. Menendez, say something to that effect?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recall? And did you hear this at the house?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, at the time, Craig and I were quite close, and I had mentioned to Erik why he hadn't been spending as much time with us at the house. And Mr. Menendez said that Craig Signorelli kid is not allowed in this house.
So you were having a conversation with Erik about why Mr. Signorelli was no longer around.
With Mr. Menendez there.
And do you recall when that was?
No, I don't. It was sometime while they were living at the Calabasas house.
And to the best of your recollection, did the family move from the Calabasas house in the fall of 1988?
Yes, yes.
Was sometime before that?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in the summer of 1989, in August of 1989, did you hear that Erik's parents had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive notice that, by some means, that there was going to be a memorial service?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend that memorial service?
Yes, ma'am.
Did any other members of your family attend the service?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else attended?
My mother, and I had a friend who was in town, and his father came with us as well, so the four of us went.
And was that friend's last name Jones?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, what's your mother's name?
Kathy Bulow Cohen.
And do you recall, Mr. Whalen, where the memorial service was held?
I believe the building was called something Screen Actors Guild. Maybe it was on Sunset Boulevard, as I remember.
And do you recall at some point, either before or after the memorial service, learning that Erik was about to travel somewhere?
It was when I walked in the door and I saw Erik for the first time in a while.
And did Erik indicate to you that he was going to be leaving Los Angeles?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did he indicate he would be going?
Back to New Jersey for what I thought was the funeral.
For the actual funeral?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he indicate whether he was going to stay in New Jersey or come back to the Los Angeles area?
He said he would be returning to Los Angeles.
And when he said that, did that provoke you to talk to your mother about something?
Yes, ma'am. My mother had offered for Erik to stay at my house for a couple weeks, just because she felt like if I was in that situation, she'd hope a friend of mine would do the same for me. So.
And did you make an offer to Erik at the memorial service that when he returned from New Jersey, he could stay at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his response to that offer?
He accepted. He said that would be great, but he didn't. He said he'd call me when he was coming back. He was going back for a few days, and didn't know the exact time he would be coming back.
And after the memorial service, did you spend some time with Erik at a hotel that he and some of his family members were staying at?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the time that you spent with Erik at the hotel, could you describe what his demeanor was like?
Somber, upset, crying. Basically, sad. Sad would be the tone.
And was that true for was that true at the memorial service as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that somber and sad demeanor what you saw throughout the time that you were with him at the hotel after the memorial service?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you see Lyle Menendez at the hotel after the memorial service also?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a point at which Lyle left and went to the airport?
Yes, we took him to the airport.
And who was with?
Erik and Lyle and Pete Jones Jr. and myself.
And do you recall what day that was that you took Lyle to the airport?
I believe that was the day of the memorial, which was the 25th of August.
Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Erik leave the same day?
No, ma'am.
And did you know when it was that Erik was supposed to leave for New Jersey?
I believe it was the next day.
Did you take Erik to the airport also?
No, ma'am.
Did you return from the airport with Erik and Pete Jones Jr. to the Bel Air Hotel
Yes, ma'am.
after dropping off Lyle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you receive a phone call or phone calls from Erik when he was in New Jersey?
To pick him up, yes, ma'am.
Okay, were arrangements made before he actually came back for you to pick him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the day upon which you were supposed to pick him up?
I believe it was September 1st
And that would be September 1st.
of 1989.
Now, were you about to go, let's strike that. When did you graduate, Mr. Whalen, from Calabasas High School?
89, June of 89.
June of 89. And were you starting college in the fall of 89?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you starting college that fall?
Santa Barbara City College.
And were you due to go to Santa Barbara to start attending college on a particular day?
September 5th.
And in fact, just to jump ahead, did you leave, your family lives in Agoura?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you leave your family home in Agoura and go to Santa Barbara on September 5th?
Yes, that is correct.
Let's back up then to the previous Friday, September 1st, okay? On that day, were you supposed to do something before you went to pick Erik up at the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to meet at the house on Elm Drive and meet a police officer there to go pick up Erik at the airport.
You mean a police officer or you mean a private security?
A security guard, whoever was watching the house.
And did you go to the house and attempt to talk to the security guards?
Yes, ma'am.
And would they talk to you?
No, they told me to get away from the house and that I had no business being there.
And did that disturb you?
Very much so.
Did you then place a telephone call to your home and, without telling us what was said, talk to your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And after talking to your mother, did you then proceed without a security guard to the airport?
That is correct.
And at the airport, did you meet Erik's plane?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and Erik then go somewhere after the airport?
We went back to the Beverly Hills house on Elm Drive.
And did Erik tell you why he was going back to the house?
He needed to pick up some things. He wanted to get his messages and he needed to meet somebody there.
And did he describe to you what sort of person he was going to meet there?
Nothing I remember right now. I just knew we had to meet somebody there and he needed things to pick up at the house.
With respect to the person he needed to meet there, was there any reference made to the computer in the home?
Not at the time, not till we got to the house. So when I picked him up at the airport, there was no mention of that.
Okay. When you got to the house, did one of the security guards give Erik something?
He gave him a note.
And who purportedly wrote the note?
Lyle?
And did Erik have some kind of reaction? Well, first of all, did Erik look at the note?
Yes, he did.
And did he have some kind of reaction to the note?
Yes, ma'am. He was astonished that the note was from Lyle.
Okay. And did he explain to you what was astonishing him about the note? Well, Your Honor, it's being offered only for state of mind. Well, maybe I'll ask another question. Did Erik comment about the handwriting in the note?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say about the handwriting? This is not being offered for truth, Your Honor.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cano turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cano? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cano, the brand I trust.
Mr. Whalen, did Erik say something about the handwriting on this note?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
They said the note was from Lyle, but he couldn't figure out how it could be from Lyle. He couldn't figure out the handwriting.
Did he say it didn't look like Lyle's handwriting?
Exactly.
And did that seem to alarm him?
Very much so. Both of us.
You got scared too?
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Now, at some point strike that. Did Erik check his message machine while he was at the house?
At that point, after we'd received the note that was supposedly written from Lyle, we went upstairs to check his answer machine and pick up a few things.
Okay. Now, do you then recall some person or people coming and being in his parents' bedroom where the computer was?
I remember Erik and I looking over a gentleman's shoulder while he was trying to do something with the computer. I wasn't that attentive, but I remember us both standing behind a gentleman working on the computer.
And do you specifically remember the gentleman arriving or the gentleman going up into the bedroom? Do you remember those details?
The only thing that really sticks out in my head is Erik and I both standing behind him, looking over his shoulder, trying to work on the computer.
And this gentleman was seated and you and Erik were standing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember at some point you left Erik standing behind the man and you went and sat down somewhere?
Yeah, I had a tennis ball laying around. I was just kind of sitting down on the bed.
And this was in his parents' room?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a recollection of being on the bed with a tennis ball or playing with a tennis ball?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after this period when this person was a man working on the computer.
Sustained.
This person who was working on the computer, was it male or female?
It was a male.
At some point after you remember that person being in the room, was anything said about anything having been erased from the computer?
Erik was, on our ride home, we talked about it. He couldn't figure out what had happened on the computer. And I didn't know exact details at that time until we'd gotten back to my house.
Okay. All right. At some point, this person is there. And then at some point, this person leaves, the person working on the computer.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, do you and Erik leave the house in Beverly Hills?
Yeah, and we went out to my house.
In Agoura?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the ride out to your house, Erik tells you that what about
something was wrong with the will on the computer, and he couldn't figure out what had happened.
Did he say something was wrong, or did he say something was erased?
Something to that effect. I don't recall the exact words. Something was definitely wrong with the computer, with the will. I didn't remember exactly what it was.
And do you recall after Erik got to your house, do you recall his efforts to contact anyone?
Yes, right as soon as we walked in the door, he tried to get in contact with Lyle back east.
And do you recall him trying to call any other relatives besides Lyle?
His aunt, I believe.
Do you remember which aunt?
I do not.
Was that also a person back east?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall whether or not Erik connected with either his brother or his aunt at that point?
Not. I don't believe he got in contact with him until the next day.
Now, that evening, did Erik sleep over at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's that Friday night, September 1st.
Yeah, my mother, my sister, and I had gone to dinner with him, and then we came back and went to sleep.
Okay. Before we get to that to the dinner, you're certain he slept at your house that Friday night?
Without a doubt.
And did he sleep at your house the next day, Saturday night?
That is correct.
And did he sleep at your house the next day, Sunday night?
That is correct.
And Monday night?
That is correct.
And then was it Tuesday that you went to school?
The 5th, I don't exactly remember what day. The 5th, I think, was a Tuesday.
But is it true that every day from the point you picked Erik up at the airport until you left for school, he slept at your house?
That is correct.
Now let's go back a little bit to the Beverly Hills house when the computer person was there. Was Craig Signorelli there?
No, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Whalen, your hair is sort of sandy colored. That be an accurate description of it now?
That is correct.
And what color are your eyes?
Green?
Light eyes?
Yes, ma'am.
And in September of 1989, were you still playing football?
I was still heavily working out. I had just finished my senior season, yes.
And were you big?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you bigger in stature than Erik?
That is correct. Oh, yeah.
Now, do you remember, Mr. Whalen, whether or not the person who was working on the computer was accompanied by a woman?
I don't recall it. I just distinctly remember a gentleman working on the computer and Erik and I standing there. That's about what I remembered about it.
Okay, so you don't recall if there was a woman who came with him or if there wasn't a woman?
There could have been.
Now, at some point before you left for school on September 5th, did you see Craig Signorelli at your house?
Yes.
And what did he do when he came to your house?
Well, the three of us went out and did something one night, and I think he and Erik for a couple hours one night might have gone out and done something. But I saw him maybe 2 or 3 times before I left their school tops.
But on all of those days, Erik slept at your house.
That is correct.
Now, on October 3rd, 1990, after Erik was arrested, did you have a conversation with Detective Zoller of the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Detective Zoller ask you in the course of that interview whether or not during the time you were with Erik, he had ever discussed his parents' killing with you?
Yes, he did ask me that question.
And did you relate to Detective Zoller a statement that you heard Erik make?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was Erik when he made the statement that you related to Detective Zoller?
We were at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
The Beverly Hills or the Bel Air?
The Bel Air Hotel, I'm sorry.
And was this the night after the memorial service?
I believe it was the night of.
The night of the memorial service?
Yes.
And who were you with besides Erik?
Andy Pierce, I believe Robin Rosenblum was there, and Pete Jones, my friend who was in town.
Okay. Now, what was the statement that you told Detective Zoller you had heard Erik say?
Well, there were four or five of us sitting around, and I overheard him say something to the fact that if I found who killed my parents, I'd have to go to jail because I would kill them.
Now, was that said directly to you, or was it said to the group, or was it said to someone else?
It was said to somebody else. I kind of overheard it because there were 4 or 5 of us all kind of sitting around.
And before you heard Erik say that, was he engaged in a conversation with someone else?
Yes, and I was in my own.
And you were talking to someone else as well?
That is correct.
And did you hear what preceded Erik making that statement? Did you hear what someone else said to him?
No, I didn't.
And can you remember now who it was Erik was talking to?
Which of the group?
No, I don't. I don't remember.
And was that the only statement that you ever overheard Erik make about the killing of his parents?
That is correct.
Now, was there a point just before you graduated? I'll strike that. Was there a point when you and Erik became rather close friends?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And during the time that you were close friends, did Erik ever express to you a desire on his part to play some other sport besides tennis?
Yeah, he wanted to play football.
And did he ever play football?
No, he did not.
And do you know why he didn't?
His parents wouldn't let him.
And let me show you the book. Your Honor, I don't want to mark the original because its owner would like it back, but we've made a copy. Counsel, will you stick with it? You can use the copy. If I might refer to Mr. Whalen, do you recognize this book?
Yeah, that's my yearbook.
That's your yearbook from Calabasas High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize this inscription inside the front cover?
Yes, ma'am.
And who wrote that inside the cover of your book?
Erik did.
And in that inscription, does Erik make reference to the fact that his parents would not allow him to play football?
Yes, ma'am.
And does he say, in fact, parents can be that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you consider that when Erik wrote that in your book to be a complaint on his part about his parents?
Oh, without a doubt. Well, he complained about it to me before even writing it in the book about not being able to play.
Okay. And was that the only topic about which Erik ever complained to you about his parents?
That I can remember, yes.
Someone tell me what the next number is. 211. 211. And I'm marking the copy of the page of that book as 211. In signing his name to the inside of the yearbook, the copy is still in front of you. Did he use 3 different names, basically?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them E-Man?
That's correct.
Was that a nickname you knew Erik by?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them, in quotes, Shepherd?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a nickname you knew Erik by?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the third signature his name, Erik Menendez?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have a nickname also, besides Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did Craig Signorelli have a nickname also?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Craig Signorelli's nickname?
The wizard.
That was Craig's or yours?
Oh no, I was the wizard. Craig was the king.
All right, so Craig was nicknamed King.
Yes, ma'am.
You were nicknamed Wizard.
Yes, ma'am.
And Erik was nicknamed Shepherd.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was there a time when Erik told you that you should be called King?
Yes, when he left for Beverly Hills.
And did you have a conversation with Craig Signorelli where he indicated that he knew you had been given his nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Craig Signorelli ever, excuse me?
Sustain the answers.
I know, I'm going to start over, see if I can keep one up there. Did you have a conversation with Craig Signorelli in which he demonstrated jealousy of you?
Sustain.
Well, I'd like to be heard. Okay, see if I can make this clearer. Was there some rivalry between yourself and Craig for the friendship of Erik? At least in Craig's mind.
Yes, ma'am. Well, especially when I got the name King, or we switched names when Erik thought I should be dubbed that name. There was maybe a little. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you were renamed King, Craig was upset.
Yes, ma'am.
This was some evidence that Erik preferred your friendship to his.
Maybe a little. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
That's how.
Sustain the answer straight.
Was this how Mr. Signorelli behaved?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'd asked you earlier if you were familiar, strike that. You had told us earlier that you were familiar with Mr. Signorelli for many years, and you knew, I take it, many people who also knew him.
Yes, ma'am.
And over the years of knowing him and seeing him interact with other people, did you form some opinion about his honesty?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that opinion?
I questioned a few things that he had been.
Let me make this clear if you, when you're giving an opinion.
Okay.
In your opinion, is Craig Signorelli an honest young man or not an honest young man?
Not an honest young man.
Now, did Craig Signorelli, after the death of Jose and Kitty Menendez, did he tell you anything about making money or selling rights to the Menendez story?
Yes, he said he'd sold the rights to the story to his lawyer.
And did he tell you how much he sold it for?
I remember him mentioning something like he could make millions or, something to that effect. Something, a lot of money.
And do you know if he made, did he make this statement to you before or after Erik was arrested?
I believe it was before.
Now, Mr. Whalen, since the time that Erik was arrested, you visited him in the jail, have you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And on how many occasions have you visited him?
3 or 4.
And the testimony that you've given us here today, is that based on your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interviewed, in addition to the interview that you gave to the Beverly Hills Police in October of 1990, were you also interviewed in November of 1990 by the defense investigator, Miss Erdely?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Examination.
Mr. Whalen, you indicated that you went to pick up Erik Menendez on the 1st of September.
Yes, sir.
What car did you drive?
I drove my mother's car.
Okay. And you had received a call from Erik Menendez before going to the airport?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You had been told where the airline and where to pick him up?
Yes, sir.
Where did you receive the call? Was it at home?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that you went to the Beverly Hills home first. You had to pick up or meet with a security guard?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been to 722 North Elm?
Yes, sir.
How many times had you been there previous to that date?
5 times.
Now, prior to learning of the murders of the Menendezes, you had not seen Erik Menendez for some 2 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you received this call from Erik Menendez telling you where to go, and you got into your mother's car and went to Elm, their home on Elm Street, who was there?
A few security guards, I guess they were not police officers, inside.
What time was it that you arrived?
I don't recall.
Was it morning or was it night?
Afternoonish, probably noontime, I'd say.
Do you recall how many guards were there?
2 to 3. I remember specifically 2.
Did they have uniforms on?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, you were told to just leave. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you said that you called your home?
Yes, sir.
Where did you call from?
I went, the only place I could find a public phone was all the way back to Sunset and down at a gas station a ways.
After calling your mother, you then went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
Which airport did you go to?
LAX.
And which airline did you go to?
I don't recall.
And you were the only person in the car.
Yes, sir.
At some point, you went to an airline and you found Erik Menendez. Is that right?
It was in the baggage claim.
And after you met up with Erik Menendez, what did you do?
We went back to Elm. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, you drove back to Elm.
Yes, sir.
And what time was this?
I believe I left an hour early to get to his house, so probably 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Now, when you got there at 1 or 2, were the same guards there?
I don't recall. I seem to remember one had at least not been the same. They'd changed at least one guard.
Did you enter into the house
Yes, sir.
with Erik Menendez?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Well, we tried to go in through the front, but the wrought iron gates, we were about ready to climb over, and they wouldn't let us in, so we went around through the back, through the alleyway, up through the house, by the pool, and then in the doors there.
You went through the back gate?
Yes, sir.
Did the guards come to you when you came through the gate?
They were actually standing in the hallway, and we approached them. I mean, they couldn't believe how we got in the house, but we'd gotten in that way.
Which doors did you enter into the house?
I believe it was the side doors that led into the family room there that were.
The French doors?
Yes, sir.
Were they still broken?
Yeah, from what I remember parts of the door being missing. Or
When you went into the family room, was it your understanding that is where the killings took place?
Well, I'm going to object this is beyond the scope of the relevant.
You can answer the question.
yes, sir.
Was there still blood on the walls?
Not that I didn't take a good look at it. There was nothing. It was basically cleaned out the middle of the family room. I didn't take a good look.
At some point, did Erik Menendez go up to his bedroom?
Yes, I went with him.
And you went with him?
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
We were checking his messages.
Does he have his own phone?
Yes, I believe
Or
he
did
did.
he at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, after checking his messages, did you actually sit there and listen to the messages?
Yes, a few of them. Yes, sir.
So you were with him at all times?
Yes, while we were upstairs. Yes, sir.
Did he collect some clothes?
Yes, I believe a few. Nothing major. We had already had the bulk of his things in the car.
So he kept his suitcases in your car?
Yeah, we didn't bring them into the house when we went in. No.
At some point, did the doorbell ring when you were upstairs?
I remember being upstairs and needing to meet somebody at the foot of the stairs. I mean,
What do you mean foot of the stairs?
well, his room was upstairs, and we were upstairs, and somebody said, "Come downstairs." We met somebody at the foot of the stairs and went back to his parents' room, up to his parents' room.
So you and Erik came down the stairs and somebody was already in the house at the base of the stairs.
With the security guards, yes, that is correct.
Do you recall what this person looked like?
I just remember a male,
What race?
well, white. He's
How tall?
no idea. I just remember a white male we met and then went right upstairs.
Remember what color hair he had?
No, sir, I do not.
Remember what color eyes he had?
No, sir.
Remember what he was wearing?
No, sir.
Now, he was with the security guards, the uniform guards,
Yes, sir.
and at that point, what happened?
We went up into the parents' room.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Eric, myself, and the computer man.
And did you enter into a room upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Which room?
The parents' room.
And what did you see?
There was a bed there. There were kind of clothes all over the ground, and against what would be, I guess, the right wall. After you come in and look at the room, there's the computer is there. And this is what I remember from what was in the
As you
room.
enter the room, the computer is on the right wall. Is that correct?
Yes, as I remember.
So it would be to your right as you enter into the room.
Yes, sir.
Was it up against that right wall?
As I remember, yes, sir.
And you were actually watching as this person was working on the computer?
Yes, I had a tennis ball. I was kind of milling around. I remember at one point, Erik and I just the man couldn't figure out what was going on with the computer, and Erik and I were watching him. And then I went back to just doing whatever I was doing.
And what were you doing?
Just milling around. I wasn't doing anything in particular.
Were you milling around in the mother and father's bedroom?
Yeah, I didn't leave the room. I was a few feet away. I just had a tennis ball. I wasn't doing a whole lot.
How long was this gentleman there?
I don't recall the duration of time that he was there. I just remember the actual event of us being in the room with the computer. I don't remember the exact amount of time.
And you don't remember anyone else being there with you?
No, sir, I do not.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Now, the whole time that this man was working on this computer, were you actually in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Just playing with his tennis ball?
Yes, sir.
The whole time?
Not the whole time while they're there. Then I ended up leaving and going downstairs to the car.
At what point did you do that?
I don't remember. It was where they were basically at the end because Erik came out about 4 minutes later to meet me at the car, and we left.
So at some point you went out to your car, and a few minutes later, Erik Menendez came out.
Yes, sir.
Were there ever any calls made while you were there in the bedroom?
Not that I recall, sir.
Did you ever show this man around the house?
Not that I recall.
What do you recall?
I remember being in the house, in his room, checking messages, meeting somebody at the foot of the stairs, being in the parents' bedroom, looking over somebody's shoulder on the computer while somebody worked on the computer. Erik couldn't believe what was going on. I went down the car, got the car ready. We left and we went home.
What is your best estimate of how long the computer man was there?
Half an hour, 45 minutes. Estimate.
Do you remember ever seeing the man in any other part of the house besides being in the location that you saw him, the parents' bedroom, after coming up the stairs?
No, I don't recall.
And you were only out of Erik Menendez's presence for a couple of minutes while you went out to the car, is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir, from what I remember.
Now, when you were playing with this tennis ball, where physically were you with respect to this man that's working on the computer on the right side of the room?
At the foot of the bed, maybe 5-10 feet away.
You weren't actually on the bed?
I'd sat down for a second, but I mean, while I was up there, I looked over his shoulder a few times to figure out what they were doing, and I had a tennis ball, and I was just walking around the room. I didn't do anything in particular.
Well, you were walking around. Did you pace around the room?
I wasn't pacing. I was just waiting for them to get done what he needed to get done.
Did Erik Menendez appear to be quite interested in what was going on with that computer?
Yes, sir.
Did he stand there at all times while this man was working on the computer?
From what I remember, yes, sir.
Was he looking over this man's shoulder the entire time?
From what I remember, for most of it, yes, sir.
And you remember talking to the Beverly Hills detectives in October of 1990, on October 3rd?
Yes, sir.
You never mentioned anything about a computer person on that date, did you?
Excuse me, sir?
You never mentioned anything about a computer person on that date.
No, sir. No, I did not.
In fact, you had indicated on that date, did you not, sir, on October 3rd, 1990, that Erik had asked you to be a character witness for him, and you were due to visit him in jail to further discuss things with him. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. Well, that was kind of taken out of context. I had come down.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I had said that, Erik, do you need any help? Do you need me to be a character witness? And he said, I don't know. Yeah, I might.
Okay, the statement that you made on October 3rd, 1990 was that Erik had asked you.
Form the question since the witness is saying that the report is not accurate.
Let's not argue it.
Yeah, approach.
Let me hear the question first.
Mr. Whalen, would it refresh your present recollection to take a look at the report that you gave to the Beverly Hills homicide detectives on October 3rd, 1990?
I've
There's no foundation, lack of recollection.
I've seen it. I remember it says that Erik had asked me to be a character witness, which was actually an indirect. Indirectly, he did ask me because I offered, and he said yeah. So I took it as yeah. He asked me to be a character witness.
And in fact, you had a meeting with him, or you indicated on October 3rd, 1990, that you were going to meet with Erik Menendez in jail to discuss what you testified to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, from what I remember, yes, sir.
Now, did you have some kind of a rivalry with Craig Signorelli that you wanted to be Erik Menendez's best friend?
I believe Craig and I at different times thought we were closer to Erik than the other was. So that could be accurate. Yes, sir.
And you wanted to be known as Erik's best friend?
Wasn't a priority with me, no, but I felt like when he left for Beverly Hills that Erik and I were closer than Craig and he were at the time. So
that was important for you to feel that you were closer to Erik Menendez than Craig was?
No, that wasn't important to me. It was important to me that Erik and I were close, and Craig and I have a totally different relationship. So no, I mean, it was important that Erik and I were still close while he left because I felt he was a good friend of mine.
And being a good friend, you went to visit him in jail and talked about the case? That'd be fair to say?
No, not really, because I was warned before that whatever we would talk about would be taped. So actually, I don't think we talked about much of it at all. And if I had any questions, I might have written them down, and that was it. So I don't think we talked about much of it. He asked what I was doing with my life, and I asked him how he was doing. That was probably about what we talked about.
Okay, let's get back to if you had something perhaps you didn't want people to know about, you'd write it on a piece of paper while you were visiting. Is that correct?
The question I'd written down was, do you want me to be a character witness? Because I didn't know if that was a good question to ask on tape.
Okay. And did you hold up that message to Erik Menendez?
Yes, sir.
Did he answer audibly, or did he write his answer out to you?
It was more or less what I just said, that, oh yeah, well, I need you. I don't know. Yeah, I might need you to be a character witness. Something to that effect.
He said that himself. He didn't write it out.
From what I remember, it was kind of like he shrugged it off as he was on the phone. Well, yeah, maybe, or something like that.
How many times had you visited Erik Menendez prior to when the Beverly Hills homicide detectives interviewed you on October 3rd, 1990?
It might have been twice that Memorial Day, and if it wasn't that Memorial Day, then I hadn't seen him at all. I'd seen him over Memorial Weekend 2 days in a row. I'd gone down there, and I don't recall if it was of 90 or of 91. So I don't recall, sir.
Well, if the interview took place on October 3rd of 1990, you would have visited with Erik Menendez
that May then.
Previous Memorial.
Yeah, that would have been the 2
weekend.
days.
And how many times was that?
Twice. Back-to-back days.
And I believe you indicated that you had visited him several times over the course of the pendency of this case. Is that right?
I said 3 or 4 times.
Okay, so you went perhaps twice after you gave the detectives the information on October 3rd, 1990?
Definitely once, and there might have been another time in there.
Now, you indicated that you found out that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been murdered sometime in August of 1989.
Yeah, my family was sitting around and saw it on TV. I'd walked in on it.
And you went to the memorial service, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on a Friday?
The 25th, yes, sir.
And this was at the Screen Actors Guild? Is that what you said?
I believe that's the name of the building. It was on Sunset Boulevard.
Did Erik Menendez speak at this memorial service?
Yes, he and his brother did.
Now, you indicated that after the memorial service that you went to the hotel, the Bel Air Hotel.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do at the hotel? Did you hang around with Erik Menendez and two other people you indicated?
Yeah, Robin Rosenblum and Andy Pierce were there as well. Yes,
What did you do after the memorial service with Erik Menendez?
We sat. We talked a little bit about what was going on, what he needed to do back in New Jersey. We sat in a jacuzzi. It was outside, and talked about what we were going to do. I mean, what he needed to do while he was back in New Jersey. That was about the duration of the night. Had a little something to eat. took Lyle to the airport. That was basically what I did while I was there.
Now, you indicated that Erik Menendez had made a statement that you overheard at the memorial service. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Did you hear Erik Menendez say anything with regard to the people who had killed his parents?
Yes, that was what I talked about earlier at the Bel Air Hotel.
Okay. And what is it that he said?
Something to the effect of, if I find out who killed my parents, I'm going to have to go to jail because I'm going to kill them.
Now, had you seen Erik Menendez with his parents over the course of this year that you knew Erik Menendez?
Yes, sir.
Your 11th grade year?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen the parents come to his tennis matches?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
What exactly did you see about that relationship?
No, I'm going to object at the end, so.
Overall.
Could you restate the question?
Yes, you indicated that you saw Mr. and Mrs. Menendez go to tennis matches that Erik Menendez had.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And what did you see about the relationship between his parents and Erik Menendez?
Well, they went to most, and his mother went to all of his tennis matches. His father would go when he could. His father paced back and forth, and his mother sat and watched most of the time.
How would you characterize Erik Menendez's relationship with his mother during that period of time that you knew him?
From what I knew, it was good.
Now, prior to October 3rd, 1990, you had spoken to Craig Signorelli, correct?
Yes, sir.
About the killings of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
Yes, sir.
Did
I'm
he,
going to object to that as calling for hearsay.
At this point, the question has just been asked without the content. The objection is overruled. The answer will stand.
you also indicated that while Erik Menendez was staying at your house, that Craig Signorelli would come by. Is that correct?
Yes, he'd come over a couple times. Yes, sir. That's correct.
He'd come over a couple times?
2 or 3 times. I don't recall the exact number, but it was a couple of times.
Do you recall telling the detectives from Beverly Hills that while Erik stayed at your house, that Erik spent a lot of time with Craig Signorelli?
That was after I left. He stayed at my house for another 5 or 7 days after I left for school. So, and my mother had told me that they'd been spending a lot of time together. So that would be an accurate statement. Yes, sir.
Were you upset at that?
No, it didn't bother me. I mean, I was off at school. I was in a new element.
Now, these days that Erik Menendez was with you, you say September 1st being the first day, was he with you at all times during that period of time when you were at home and before you left for Santa Barbara City College?
Not at all times, no, sir.
Okay. How, for example, the first day, September 1st, did he spend the entire evening with you?
Yes, sir, because we'd gotten home after we'd gotten everything at the house. We went to dinner with my sister, my mom, and Erik and myself. And then we kind of laid low that night and went to bed. So that night, yes, I believe, as I recall, that we spent the whole night. He was there the whole night.
Okay. When you were at the Beverly Hills home, was Lyle Menendez there?
No, sir.
Was it your understanding that Lyle Menendez was back east in New Jersey at that time?
My understanding, yes, sir.
Now, you said that you went to dinner that night, the 1st of September.
Yes, sir.
And Erik Menendez slept over your house?
Yes, sir.
Where did he sleep?
Next to my bed. We made up a bed for him right there.
Just the two of you in your bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Now, the next day, what happened?
I don't recall. It was 4 years ago. I mean, I remember him being there for most of the time. I don't recall actual events.
You don't remember spending the whole day on the 2nd with him?
No, sir.
How about the 3rd?
I don't remember spending the whole day with him. No, sir. I don't remember the exact day. I was getting ready to go to school. I was out buying things, doing things. So I don't recall.
So when you were out buying things, would Erik Menendez be doing other things? He wasn't with you all the time, in other words.
No, he wasn't with me all the time. Everywhere I went, no, sir.
When you went shopping for your trip to Santa Barbara City College, did he go with you?
Sometimes he might have gone a few times. I know he didn't go with us every time. I don't recall the exact events.
So you were pretty busy?
Somewhat. I mean, I still always made time to hang around and do a whole lot of nothing. So, I mean.
How about the 4th? You remember what happened?
I don't recall exact events. No, I don't remember what happened exactly.
So when you were off doing your own thing, you don't know what Erik Menendez was doing. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Erik Menendez have a car?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of car did he have during that period of time?
His escort?
And were there other cars at the house in Beverly Hills that day that you went?
I don't recall that. I remember. I don't remember exactly what cars were there.
How was Erik Menendez getting around during this period of time? Was he driving his car?
Yeah, he had his escort, which we took out to my house as well.
So the day that you brought Erik Menendez back on the 1st of September, Erik Menendez drove his own car to your house.
From what I remember him having his car at my house, I don't remember the exact events. I remember him having his escort with him at my house.
When do you recall that taking place?
I just said I don't recall. I don't remember exactly when. I remember him having his escort at my house during that week so he could get around. And when I was out doing my things, he wasn't just stuck there. So I don't recall.
During the evenings, would you ever go out with friends?
Yes,
during
sir.
this period of time,
Yes.
September 1st through.
Yes, sir.
And Erik Menendez didn't always go with you to be with your friends. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So you don't know where he was during some of these nights?
No, sir. I mean, maybe a night or two. He did his own thing. I know a couple nights we did things together. So, but I know a couple nights I did my own thing. So that's accurate.
At some point, getting back to Craig Signorelli, at some point, did you have a discussion with Craig Signorelli about the killings of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez? Sometime.
This was asked and answered. I made a hearsay.
Did you wish to be heard?
Yes.
Okay, you may approach. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. As far as you're concerned, I want to discuss something a little more fully with the lawyers. If you would just go into the jury room, don't discuss the matter, and we'll have you out in just a couple minutes. All right, Mr. Kuriyama, you may proceed.
Mr. Whalen, you indicated in your report. Well, I'm going to object to the form of the question. He didn't write a report.
All right, just rephrase the question.
Did you make a statement to the detectives, Mr. Whalen, on October 3rd, 1990, that the only time that you had heard that Erik admitted killing his parents was from Craig Signorelli, who said that Erik had told him that he and Lyle had killed their parents?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And Erik Menendez told you, or Craig Signorelli told you that that's what Erik Menendez had told him?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall because he was running around town telling not just myself, but anybody who wanted to listen. I know he told a few people that, so it wasn't just me that he took aside to tell me that. He told more than a few people that.
You don't recall when this took place?
No, sir.
Sometime before October 3rd, 1990?
Yes, sir.
When you saw Craig Signorelli in early September
Of 89?
89, did you have a conversation with him about this at that time?
It could have been. I don't recall when we had a conversation about it because we both went up to Santa Barbara. He came up a couple weeks later because he was going to UCSB, and they started about 3 weeks later. And then we ended up spending a lot of time together when we were up there together. So I don't know when he told me that, but during that whole first semester until I left school in January that year, I'd seen Craig a lot.
So it could have been in September, the early part of September 1989, that Craig had told you that Eric had told him that he and his brother killed their parents?
It could have been.
You have no recollection of when that occurred?
It could have-
When it occurred before October 3rd, 1990?
Of 90, yeah, but I was with him a whole semester up there, so at any time between September and January.
And you had indicated that you had visited Erik Menendez one or two times prior to visiting him.
Aaron, I'm gonna object to that. That's not what this 402 was for.
All right, I assume you're proceeding to develop issues relating to this?
Yes,
All right, objection overruled.
that you had visited with Erik Menendez before you were to visit him in mid-October. Is that correct?
I was saying that I was going to hope to get to see him in the near future when I was home, but I'd seen him twice that Memorial weekend, so.
When you went to see Erik Menendez in jail, as you've indicated, you thought it was 2 days during the Memorial Day long weekend in 1990.
From what I remember, yes, sir.
Did you know that Craig Signorelli already told you?
Yes, because that was the time I'd already spent with him in Santa Barbara. So yes, sir.
When you visited him in mid-October, you already knew from Craig Signorelli that.
Counsel is misstating the testimony. There's been no visit in mid-October.
Yeah, I never went and saw him in mid-October. I was hoping to get to see him in mid-October.
All right, you indicated that Mr. Signorelli told you that he could make money off of this story, is that right?
Yes, sir. He said he.
When did he say that?
I don't recall. It was probably during that same amount of time when I was in Santa Barbara. So that's when we spent most of the time that Craig and I spent together. It was during that time when we were both in Santa Barbara.
And when was it that he told you that Erik Menendez had admitted killing his parents?
During that same time period, and I don't recall when. Sometime between September and January.
Same conversation or different conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been the same one. It could have been two different ones.
Which was said first?
I don't recall. I can't make an assessment of that. I don't remember. I just remember being told both.
All right, anything else?
Oh, no.
All right. Have you completed your examination, Mr. Freeman?
On October 3rd, 1990, you never told the police that you had spoken to Craig Signorelli and he said he was going to make money, did you?
I don't think I was asked that question. I mean, no,
Aaron, I'm gonna object to that. That's not part of what this 402 was for.
No, that's part of it.
You never made that statement to the police when they visited with you on October 3rd.
No, sir. I knew it, but I did not make that statement. I guess. I mean, that's not in there.
Did Mr. Signorelli give you any details of what he said Erik Menendez had told him?
No, sir.
Did he say where it was that Erik Menendez had told him these things?
No, sir.
Did he say anything at all about the specifics of the killing of the parents?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
Did you ask him?
No, I don't think I did. I was more or less taken back. Not that I remember. I don't remember.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
You don't remember asking him, or you don't remember him saying?
I don't remember him saying and or asking.
Was there anyone else present besides you and Mr. Signorelli when this was said?
There could have been. I don't remember.
And you never explored it further with Mr. Signorelli?
Not that I remember.
And had you heard it from Mr. Signorelli first or from other people saying that Mr. Signorelli was saying this?
It could have been either. I don't remember. I remember him telling me, and I remember hearing it from other people. So I don't recall, sir.
When you heard it from other people, were you in Santa Barbara or in Los Angeles or where?
Probably in Santa Barbara.
So you heard it from fellow classmates in Santa Barbara?
It could have been.
Do you remember any of the names of these people?
No, sir.
All right, anything else?
When you visited with Erik Menendez after learning the information that Craig Signorelli gave to you, did you tell Erik
Objection, assumes the fact not known.
Overall.
You follow what I'm saying?
One more time.
After you had gotten the information from Craig Signorelli that Erik Menendez had told Craig Signorelli that he and Lyle killed their parents.
Right.
And later you went to visit Erik Menendez.
Right.
Did you tell Erik Menendez what Craig had said?
No, I couldn't. We were on the phone. I didn't, that they were taping it.
You recall saying that if you wanted something to be secret, that you could have written it on a piece of paper.
But I didn't.
So you never told your friend who gave you the moniker of King.
Objection, Your
that-
Honor, we can argue with the jury now.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit far afield here. Let's go
You
on.
never told Erik Menendez after Craig Signorelli told you what he had told Craig. You never told Erik about that.
Erik knew that. If Erik had told Craig, then Erik would have already known that. There would be no reason for me to tell him that, right? I mean, if he did know that.
All right, let's.
I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
Okay, let's go on to something.
I was on a taped thing and I couldn't have.
And are you done?
Your next question.
That's the
All right, any examination by the defense?
Yes, briefly. And Mr. Whalen, before you spoke to the police in October of 1990, there's been a whole lot of publicity about the Menendez case, had there not?
That is correct.
I mean, Craig's face was all over TV talking about his involvement in the case, wasn't it?
That is correct.
I mean, it was common knowledge that Craig was going around claiming that Erik had confessed to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you attended Santa Barbara the same semester, and you attended school in Santa Barbara the same semester that Craig was attending UC Santa Barbara.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And was it while you were in Santa Barbara that Craig told you? Well, first of all, did he tell you or did he boast?
Well, he was telling a lot of different people, so I don't recall the actual context. I don't.
When he was telling you, were you alone with him or was he in a crowd?
I don't recall.
Now, this was after, however, he was upset with the fact that you were called king now and not him.
Well, yes, that had happened prior to Erik, right as he was leaving for Beverly Hills. So yes,
That had happened like a year before, over a year before.
that is correct.
Now, when you were talking to the police on October 3rd, this whole issue of Craig saying something to you came up because the police confronted you and said they had a witness who claimed that you said Erik confessed to you.
That is correct.
And Erik never confessed to you.
Never did.
And did you tell the police that the witness was wrong? You had never said that Erik confessed to you.
Yeah, he had overheard me talking about it. That was it.
He being a fellow named Jerry Sparks.
At Dodger Stadium, yes, ma'am.
And this was if you were working at Dodger Stadium.
He has a security guard, yes, ma'am.
And you had made a statement to someone else that supposedly Erik had confessed the murder.
Yes, ma'am, but not to me.
Right, and this Sparks person went to the Beverly Hills police and told them that you had received a confession from Erik.
That is correct.
And when, therefore, Detective Zoller confronted you with the statement by Jerry Sparks that Erik had admitted killing his parents, that's when you said the only person I know of who claims that Erik confessed is Craig Signorelli.
That is correct.
And do you even know, Mr. Whalen, whether Craig told you this himself or whether you just heard it?
It could have been both. I recall, him telling a lot of people around town and him telling me. So
You do recall him telling you,
yeah, and everybody hearing it around town. So
but you don't know when this happened.
I don't know which came first. I don't know when it was, but I know both were done.
And is it your recollection that whenever it happened, it was in Santa Barbara?
Yes, ma'am, because there was no time between September 1st and September 5th when I left for school that I was with Craig without Erik. I mean, I was left for school and then I was there.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to try to remember when it is, even if you can't remember the date, try to remember the occasion upon which Craig told you. Were you in Santa Barbara?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to school there. I wasn't anywhere else.
Well, what'd you do the next semester?
I left for Connecticut and lived with my father.
And you didn't see Craig Signorelli then?
No, ma'am.
Did you come back for the summer?
Yes, I left Connecticut in May, early May.
And in the summer of 1990, didn't you see Craig Signorelli back around the old haunts of Calabasas and Agoura?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it possible that he told you then?
Yes, ma'am. It's possible. I mean,
And in the summer of 1990, Erik was already arrested, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
So could Craig Signorelli have made the statement to you after Erik was arrested, but before October 3rd when you talked to Detective Zussman?
I remember hearing that Craig was telling people that Erik had killed his parents, and that was common knowledge around town. And I remember Craig telling me when I was in Santa Barbara.
Okay, so you believe Craig told you in Santa Barbara?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me just ask counsel, is it not correct that the evidence is that Mr. Signorelli discussed this conversation with Detective Zoller on November the 17th of 1989?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So what is it that we're trying to obtain from this witness of the conversation in 1990?
The fact that this is a prior consistent statement made by Craig Signorelli prior to his testimony in court, which is being attacked.
Okay, but we have testimony from Detective Zoller that Mr. Signorelli told him about this in November of 1989, which is a year before this incident we're talking about now. That's much earlier in time, is it not?
Right.
So why are we spending time on this?
The statement is also relevant to show that Craig Signorelli told this witness, who then went to the jail and spoke to Erik Menendez. And although he doesn't make the statements that he made here in court some 3 years later about being at the house in Beverly Hills, he indicates that as of October 3rd, 1990, he had been told by Craig Signorelli that Erik had confessed to him, and he had visited with Erik Menendez subsequent to the statement that he gave on October 3rd, 1990.
All right, then you're offering it not so much or not only as a prior inconsistent statement, but for some other reason, or prior consistent statement, but for some other reason.
That's correct. It's not only a prior consistent statement under 791 of the evidence code, but it's also relevant to show that the information had gone to Casey Whalen from Craig Signorelli and was available for Erik Menendez when Mr. Whalen visited with Erik Menendez subsequent to the statements given to him by Craig Signorelli.
That this witness could have related to Erik Menendez,
Yes.
that Craig Signorelli was spreading the word about statement?
Yes.
Excuse me. I don't get it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the people's offer here then.
Yeah, I don't.
Regardless of whether you get it or not, it's a question
I
of
know,
whether I get it.
I don't understand that argument, so I can't really respond to it.
Right. How much further cross did you have with this witness?
Probably have another half hour. So
Another half hour.
Your Honor, I confess.
Well, how much do you have?
Very, I mean, if he's gonna do a half an hour, I have no idea what he could think of doing a half
Okay.
an hour on, but I don't have much.
Well, normally what happens is when people give those estimates,
It disappears.
it either disappears or gets much longer depending on the witness and on which lawyer is doing the questioning.
I really don't have much.
You have another witness tomorrow or this
I have
afternoon?
his mother, she could come back, she's local, she could come back Tuesday rather than bring the jury back for a 10-minute witness. She's simply gonna confirm the day upon which he picked Erik up at the airport, the fact that he stayed at, since he's now being impeached, the fact that he stayed at her house for 11 days, the fact that the first weekend he slept there, he being Erik, slept there every night, and that's about it. But rather than bring everybody back to do that, if we could finish with him this afternoon, he's supposed to go back to school.
Well, I would like to, but I don't want to foreclose further examination. Do you realistically think you have a half an hour to go?
I believe so. I have some documents that I'll check into that I may ask this witness to take a look at.
Well, I don't have any idea what documents that people are referring to, but I have a feeling somebody's stalling.
Oh, no, we have, this is a very much good faith, we're not stalling at all, Your Honor, this is a good faith area of inquiry.
And you believe it'll also take about a half hour to finish it off?
Well, it could.
Okay, well, let's have the jury out and I'll go back tomorrow.
Why don't we just keep going? I'm willing to stay another half hour.
Well, that's great, but I'm not going to keep the jurors
Also-
here. I bet you folks know what I'm going to say to you.
We all know what you're
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you tomorrow at 9. It's likely that we'll be finished fairly early tomorrow, and definitely before lunch hour, so that, as I indicated, that we wouldn't be in session tomorrow afternoon. And after that, we'll see you back here after tomorrow on Tuesday morning, Monday being a holiday.
Tuesday afternoon.
Tuesday afternoon, I'm sorry, that's correct. One of the lawyers had to be elsewhere.
And we made plans on the assumption that nobody would be here Tuesday morning.
We being you.
No, sir, we being the entire vast defense team.
Okay. All right, so the lawyers have other plans in the morning, so we'll accommodate that. And so Tuesday afternoon, after tomorrow morning, but don't forget about tomorrow morning. Let's not lose sight of what's coming up. So we'll see you all back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Scheduled tomorrow after we complete the witnesses, the defense indicated it will be filing tomorrow morning a brief relating to the proposed testimony of therapists who treated Mrs. Menendez. Is there going to be a response by the prosecution to that?
I have no idea. I mean, I hope to, but, and I take it the court wants it Tuesday morning. I mean, what makes sense that the witnesses are coming up.
I would like to see what the offer is. I really don't know what the evidence is that is anticipated here. Until I see the written material, I won't be in a position to evaluate it. I want to do that before the witnesses appear so that we can resolve it. If they are not going to be permitted to testify, I'd like to note that, and I think you would too, so we can schedule other witnesses. So I have no way of knowing what the ruling would be until I see the material.
I don't understand their offer, so I can't really respond.
People have the records. I mean,
Oh,
that's clear. They have the healthcare providers' records, all of Dr. Summerfield's records. Plus, I think they have an interview Ms. Lansing conducted with him.
Oh, yeah, we have the records. I'm not
And
saying
also Dr. Cox's notes they got originally, we got them from them, in fact.
we're not ignorant of the subject matter. We're ignorant of the theory.
Would the court like to see the material?
Well, I don't know what it is that you're filing tomorrow, if that includes the material or not.
It's almost unintelligible. It's very illegible.
What we're filing tomorrow or the material?
The notes are very
Right,
difficult.
but
Not representative.
I would say this to the defense that you should have other witnesses scheduled so that we don't have any more gaps. If there is some problem in these witnesses testifying, so we don't run into that problem. I already told the counsel for Lyle Menendez that they should expect to put him on the witness stand if they run out of witnesses. So perhaps that would take care of that.
Right.
But otherwise, I expect you to coordinate with.
We're trying, but Tuesday, we have other witnesses. We have witnesses for Tuesday afternoon. And I think the first of these healthcare providers is not expected to testify till Wednesday. So if we could resolve the issue somehow on Tuesday, we'll have the brief, then we'd know what the rest of the week is. Otherwise, they may put Lyle on Wednesday.
And Tuesday, again, apparently the people would be filing their response. So I need some time to evaluate their position as well. And bear in mind, there was a request by one of the Lyle Menendez jurors regarding Wednesday afternoon. So I don't know how we'll be able to deal with that. We've been getting requests from various jurors regarding one day here and one day there, and it's very difficult to accommodate that without closing down the trial, and I'm not inclined to do that any more than we have. All right, we'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.